Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today at this symposium on more than human perspectives and regenerative art practices toward climate justice. It's a dense title that we will unpack all together during this day. And just a few notes before, please take some coffee, water, just for, start the day happily. And please turn off your phones if you have them on. And this program is also going to be live streamed. So we're being followed online by an audience, hopefully. The topic of today, this symposium today has been a joint collaboration really between the experimental film and media art class of the University of the Arts here in Berlin, UDK, experimental class, the class of Nina Fischer actually, and the University of Oxford, especially the Climate Crisis Thinking Network, of which we are able to welcome here today 2 members. And a third one, who is unfortunately not tangibly, personally here with us today, but she will be online connecting soon with us. This symposium actually is born within the UDK from a sort of extension of a seminar that we did with Nina Fischer in 2021 that was called More Than Human Perspectives and Tentacular Thinking. I am a curator and I will moderate this today, and this is somehow one of the focuses of my research. Tentacular thinking is one of the concepts proposed by Donna Haraway to overcome binary thinking, like a framework of thought for this. And the more than human perspectives are also very present today in our art practices and also in our worries about the future. This talk today, this series of talks, will include artists and researchers equally. So we have some more theoretical positions, some more artistic, practice-based positions, and we thought that that merging these two would be very interesting in order to create really some spaces of not only collaboration, confrontation, but also somehow spaces to expose some of our contradictions. We do not only want to praise our work, but also somehow dive into what are the deep questions of today. For example, when we engage in narratives that are not the dominant narrative, and we engage with epistemologies, with indigenous epistemologies, what are the contradictions that can come out of these encounters? So we have just very quickly about the 2 roundtables that we are organizing. The first one is called Significant Otherness Beyond Human Exceptionalism, and we'll unpack this idea of significant otherness, so the encounter with the other species, with the more than human, really, and how this sort of intersubjectivity can also help us to overcome ideas or standpoints of human exceptionalism, which means humans that feel better, let's say, than other species. How can we overcome all of this? And we have 3 speakers for this first talk. The first one will be Nayani Camatur, who is a professor, associate professor of anthropology at the Oxford University. Then we will have Lily Kuschel, who is our artistic researcher. And then we will have Hannah Yo, who is also here, who is an artist and a former student of UDK, an alumni of UDK. I wanted to thank everybody for being here, but I also wanted to thank very much the class of Nina Fischer for this amazing organization, Lily Kuschel, the artistic researcher as well, all the people who are here present, and a very heartfelt thank you goes to our students, especially Cem, Valentina, and Lisa, and Mohammed as well, who I don't see here but will come. They have been really an amazing resource in helping us with all their effort. Ben and Mario are doing the sound and the video respectively and helping us with this too, so a big thanks to them as well. Our first speaker of today is Nayani Camatur, as I was mentioning before. She's an associate professor of anthropology at the University of Oxford, and she has been She has been researching for the past 15 years the central regions of the Indian Himalaya, and especially the encounters between big cats, tigers as well, but big cats in general, and humans. Apparently, hi, hey Nayanika. Sorry if I give you the back, but if I have to watch the camera in order to face you somehow. So Nayanika is today present in this Big Brother situation with us. I was just introducing you and saying that your research has been focused on this relationship between big cats and the humans, and actually how the predation, how the big cats have been starting somehow to predate humans in a landscape that is increasingly prone to climate disasters. And Nayanika will dive into this topic. So Nayanika, I will give you the word. Maybe we can make a short sound test.
Yes, you hear me?
Perfectly.
Perfect. And,
thank you.
My screen. Are you able to see my screen? Okay, I can't hear you now.
Yes, Nayanika. We can see you and we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So should I dive in?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Nina, for the introduction. And thank you so much to everyone at Utica. I'm so sorry to be at the workshop myself right now, but there's a visa vote so I'm stuck in Oxford. But I'm really grateful to Nina and Lily and everyone at Utica for being me today. Now, as we mentioned, I'll be discussing a portion of my recent book, which tries to tell the story of cats that make humans in India of the climate crisis. This was about living in a non-Himalayan state for the past 15 years when I first began my doctorate. Though a range of reasons I have been able to do as much field work recently as perhaps.
Sorry, I have to shortly interrupt you. The sound is a bit, we can't really hear you, and I would suggest maybe to turn your camera off. So maybe then the sound quality will be better.
Okay. So, is that better?
Only the camera.
Only the camera. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
So is that better?
Thank you, Nayanika.
Brilliant. Yeah. So basically, interrupt me if you can't hear me after this. But the place I'm going to be talking about is a borderland district in the Upper Himalaya. It's called Chamoli. And I'm going to be talking about sort of people's relationship with non-human animals in this part of India. Just a quick background on this region. It's very much in the Upper Himalaya. It's a region that could be easily termed a climate frontier or an ecological hotspot. While in many places in the world, the temporal orientation for the climate crisis looks to the near future, in this region that future is very much already present. As Kyle White has demonstrated through his work on indigenous perspectives on climate change, the present time for some is already dystopian. So this region has for long functioned as a resource frontier. It has a very intense colonial history of extraction, where there's been sort of extraction of timber, minerals, the damming of rivers, vast amount of hunting and poaching of animals. Can you hear me? Because I'm hearing now.
It was good. Now it's getting a bit, well, maybe you go on and we see.
Okay.
Maybe the connection is not really, seems to be so good.
Okay. Okay. So very quickly, this area I have is, I can hear my network. I'm wondering whether should I try to switch internet networks? Anyway, okay, maybe I'll just keep talking, and then if it gets bad, then just interrupt me. Okay, so basically, climate crisis is in this market state in a variety of ways. And to wipe it sort of pops up when we have these cases of climate disasters. There have been a lot of sort of avalanches and kinds of disasters region. I'm not going to talk about that today. What I want to talk about is actually how long-term residents of the Himalaya talk about the climate crisis and the ways in which it is present in this region for them. And so I'm going to be talking about their narratives around how they see the nature of the world changing quite dramatically. Now, one of the ways in which you can really see the climate crisis in this part of the Himalaya is by the brazen big cats. And by this, I mean leopards and tigers, which have been basically acting in an increasingly perplexing. They're discussed by people as being misbehaved, as being cheeky, as being crooked. They're being captured in human-dominated landscapes, including in big cities. They're increasingly fear of humans, and they aren't afraid to reveal themselves in broad daylight. They're attacking pet dogs and livestock, and most they're increasingly prey of humans themselves. Now, such big cats are popularly known as eaters, and of course, they have a history in India. Across the board, the mountain has told that this is spike and big cats, and I take very seriously this universal claim among my interactions with Himalaya that big cats have ways that are
Nayanika, sorry to interrupt you, but your voice is really breaking out a lot.
Okay.
And maybe you can.
Someone else go ahead of me, and then maybe I can sort of come back later.
Nayanika, maybe you have any mean to disconnect other phones, other devices from this Wi-Fi, or?
I don't actually have any on it. But let me just try that. I'm wondering whether you guys should, the next two speakers can go ahead and then I can try after that.
Okay, yeah, we can do this. We can.
And I'll change the network I'm on.
Okay, yes, let's do this. It sounds like the better solution. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm very sorry about this technical problem that we haven't experienced before because we were really testing this a lot.
Sorry about this. I'll come back later.
Yeah, happens. No worries. We're going to continue with the program, and the next speaker is going to be Lili Kuschel. She's the artistic researcher here at UDK at the Experimental Film and Media Art class of Nina Fischer. And Nayanika is going to come back as soon as she solves the issues with the communication. Lili, you need 2 minutes to test, or you can start?
I can start right away. Hello, everyone. Anna is coming as well. Thank you all for being here. I'm really excited. That this symposium is happening today, and we worked a lot for it, and a very warm welcome from me as well. Oh no. Oh, okay, I thought it's. My name is Lili Kuschel, and I work here at the UDK as an assistant professor and with Nina Fischer in the class, and I am an artist, filmmaker, and a camera woman. And today I'm going to talk about my work I'm currently working on, and it's about cohabitation, architecture, and urban ecologies, and crows. Yes, we started already in India, and we will come back to India in my talk as well. I've been working on an experimental film about the life of city crows, and it's a work in progress, but I am very happy to show you some little scenes from it today already. As animal habitats are constantly being destroyed and diminished, cities become more and more relevant to non-human life. Due to the industrialization of landscapes, the destruction of forests, climate change, and spreading urbanization, cities are shared and shaped by an ever-growing number of species. In the face of mass species extinction, we need new perspectives on a growing urban animal life, a perspective different from human dominance. under, this was... Crows have been living in cities ever since. They are cultural successors, and I have been following humans into battle and into towns. As part of my artistic research, I started to study them by observing and filming them. Since 2017, a growing archive of cinematic encounters between birds, humans, and architecture has evolved. There are very little places on this planet where crows do not live. All over the world, humans tell each other stories about crows, in poems, sagas, myths, films, songs, and pictures. Stories about the creation of the world, death, wisdom, bad luck, good luck, the past, the future, trickstery, humor, and cleverness. Watching crows activates a whole set of collective imagination, knowledge, emotions, and bias. A Kopfkino starts, a cinema in the head. Depending on the specific culture and hemisphere the viewer is from, the films can be funny, gory, tragic, romantic, often ambivalent. Science is intrigued by the intelligence of crows, trying to measure and categorize it in labs by testing crow skills of solving difficult food-obtaining riddles. Results suggest that crows are as intelligent as human apes. They are able to make tools, a skill that was long thought of being uniquely human. Crows live in a complex social, family, and friend-centered communities. They plan for the future, fear death, and mourn the dead. They seem to have much in common with humans, but concluding too quickly from human minds to animal minds would reduce this complex multiplicity of perspectives and mindsets to our own. At the moment, I'm working on an experimental documentary about city crows to invite the viewers to take time and to observe these animals and the habitats we share with a curious mind, acknowledging perspectives that differ from ours. In contrast to common nature and wildlife films, I don't use verbal narration or interviews with experts to interpret the animal behavior happening on screen. Rather than trying to explain and inform, I would like to create a surface activating and triggering questions, openness, and imaginations about otherness. Making films to me is an act of learning and understanding in an observatory mode. Filming birds also means having to learn and understand the rhythm of their life, where they live, how they move, when they fly away out of the frame. Filming and observing birds means paying attention and being in tune with other beings which are highly attentive themselves. Observing birds always means being observed as well. I would like to show you now some footage that I shot at the airport Tegel. It's the former airport of Berlin, which has been closed now. And there a big colony of rooks, that's also a crow, and also some hooded crows live and breed on this airport. They still are. Somehow picture is not on anymore. Sorry for that. We having some technical issues. We'll be continuing shortly. Okay. All right. I just don't know how I get rid of the cursor. We'll do it. Here. The crows seem to like the vastness of the airport. The short grass on the airstrip is ideal for finding food. They sleep in the construction of a big billboard on Terminal C, and they breed in the trees above the cars on the parking lot. The general noise doesn't seem to bother them. Fearing that the crows could cause bird strikes and accidents with planes, the airport management tried to chase them off using pyrotechnic and pyro audio. But the crows resisted. The management finally concluded that crows were too careful and too intelligent to get caught in aircraft turbines. When I watched the crows on the airport, I got the impression the crows were the ones managing the airport. I like the way crows croak and move, like they walk around the city like they own it. It seems they're always busy doing something really important. I wanted to get to know this parallel society next to my door. and I wanted to see Berlin through crow eyes. On a trip to India, I realized the huge difference of the crow's behavior in another culture, and I started to film in Mumbai as well. While in most Western cultures, crows are perceived as something scary, a bad omen, a sign of death, they are worshipped as birds of good luck and wisdom in India. They are believed to be mediators between the dead and the living, and they are fed in order to bring favorite food to the deceased. In Berlin, I always felt that pointing the camera towards the crows was making them somehow suspicious and often uncomfortable. I think it has to do with their experience of being hunted and shot in Europe for centuries. In the countryside, this is still going on today, although they are protected by law. I was startled in Mumbai how close the crows came towards me and my camera. They were not afraid at all.
out. They go out. They go out.
I was impressed by the neighborly coexistence of the animal world and the people in Mumbai. Street food is shared with animals, bowls with water are provided in the streets and on the rooftops. Densely structured skyscrapers resemble canyon-like environments or cliffs with upwinds carrying birds which are building nests on various floors. Power supply cables and streetlights are used as resting areas and for communication. The city is a conglomeration of diverse habitats, territories, and biotopes in which humans and not humans live closely together. Rooftops, antennas, boardwalks, treetops, streets, and parks, a neighborhood of thousands of different minds. Donna Haraway describes the world as an ensemble of heterogeneous social encounters in which not all of the actors are human. In my research, I take Haraway's thesis of the implosion of nature and culture, which she calls nature cultures, as an opportunity to ask questions about animals in the urban context. Who belongs to the city and who owns it? Who is making city and how? Dealing with urban wildlife means questioning the division between nature and culture and challenging stereotypes and romantic cliches of an untouched, pure nature where humans don't belong. Because the natural habitat of many animals is the artificial, the cultural space of a city. I think that non-humans belong in the city, and that the city and the humans are a part of nature too. A new culture of active acceptance and promotion of urban animal life demands a sharpening of our vision and a sensibility for the unknown, the animals surrounding us. Thank you. I'm very sorry about the technical issues, but I hope we will go on without further complications. So
Never know, don't say that.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll see. Thank you so much, Lily. It was really a wonderful contribution to the day. And I just wanted to see if Nayani is with us. We had to, unfortunately, as part of our technical issues that we have been experiencing today, we had some troubles with the connection of Nayani. For those who have come later today, I will just briefly introduce her work. Hi, Nayani. Nice to have you back.
Is this better in terms of sound?
Let's see. For now,
Okay.
For now, it sounds more, yeah. Nayani is a professor, associate professor of anthropology at the University of Oxford, and she's been studying for over 15 years the relationship between big cats in the central regions of the Indian Himalaya, and between big cats and humans. So how this relationship is changing and evolving due to also climate disasters. And Nayani's talk is titled Beastly Tales from the Indian Himalaya. Nayani, thank you for being part of this talk with us. I think you can start, and we will let you know if there is any issue.
Okay. And I think what I'll do is I'll just stop my video again. Okay, let me know if the sound is okay. I've got headphones. I can still hear the echo. So is this still bad?
Let's see. Maybe you can start and we will tell you. For now, it sounds okay.
Okay. So I'm going to be talking about some work from my recent book that Bonina mentioned. I'm going to very briefly describe the ways in which big cats are seen as indicating the climate crisis in a particular region of India. So, as Lily said, we're staying in India. It's a little Himalayan state called Uttarakhand. And I worked largely in this borderland district. It has a long border with Tibet, it's also quite close to Nepal. And I've been working here for the last 15 years, and I'm interested in thinking about how the climate crisis is quite clearly in evidence in this region. Is the sound okay?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. So there are lots of indications of the climate crisis in this region, including big disasters, including a very sort of difficult world within which people live. Something that's quite clear now is that there are massive amounts of distress migration out of the Himalaya. What the image you have up here is that of what's called a ghost village. In the state, there are about 7,000 ghost villages, by which we mean villages that have been abandoned because people are finding life completely unlivable here. This is because they don't have access to employment, to water, to food, to basic amenities, but also because the conditions of life in the Upper Himalaya are becoming extremely difficult. A lot of these migrants are not termed climate migrants or climate refugees, but I think if there is a way in which we could very much see them as that. Now, when over the past 15 years, when I talk to people about how is life in the Himalaya changing, there are lots of things they point to. But one of the things that they really discuss a lot is the increasingly bizarre behavior of big cats, by which I mean leopards and tigers. and the ways in which they're becoming more and more aggressive. They behave in ways that are considered misbehaved. They're very unpredictable. They're considered what I call crooked cats. I call them crooked cats because the way in which these big cats are described in the Hindi language is as cats that have gone off the simple and the straightforward path to behave in ways that there's a Hindi word called teda, which literally means crooked, and they're behaving in ways that are just, bizarre. So, for instance, they're being sighted in human-dominated landscapes, including in big cities. They're increasingly losing fear of humans. They aren't afraid to reveal themselves to them. They openly attack pet dogs and livestock. And most worryingly, they're making prey of humans themselves. Now, as many of you might know, there is this sort of long history of what are called man-eaters. And it's quite a sort of a colonial history in some ways. It's been written about in hunting diaries and in visual representations of India during the colonial period as well, as a space that's inhabited by fierce big cats. That's one of the reasons I don't like the term man-eater, because it has a particular colonial association. But I also prefer to call these big cats crooked cats, because that is how they were sort of described to me by my interlocutors, and hence sort of the title of my book as well comes from that. Now, something that's very central to this book is a claim that is universal among my interlocutors in the Himalaya, that the big cats are acting in ways that are increasingly crooked and out of character. I've tried to get sort of statistical evidence on this in terms of predatory big cats in the state, and there is a clear upward swing on attacks on humans, on big cats, killing them, on eating them, etc. But it's very hard to chart this out over the long durée. So, I'm often asked that, can you give us data on this claim that there are more and more crooked cats in the Himalaya now? And it's sort of hard to find that kind of governmental data. But it's not just that it's hard to find. One of my sort of claims in this work, and what I want to sort of discuss here today, is really how do we discuss changing human-non-human relations without taking recourse to standard narratives, right? So these could be statistics, these could be government reports, these could be studies by the World Wildlife Fund, etc. I want to actually instead talk about another way of understanding human-non-human relations. And what I'm sort of going to be referring to for this is something that I call beastly tales. And this is a term that is borrowed with gratitude from the writer Vikram Seth, who has this book of poems, which are called Beastly Tales from Here and There. And in this very beautiful book of poems, it's basically, you have these 10 animal stories, which are kind of morality tales. And it's built on sort of relationships between different kinds of animals. And, sort of each of these relationships with these different kinds of animals and humans ends with some sort of moral to the story. And so I sort of borrowed this term from Vikram Seth's book of poetry. I also like the term beastly tales because I think it opens out the question of who is the real beast of the tale, who's the real beast in the story, right? So is it humans? Is it that man-eating tiger? Is it that industrialist who's made a big dam over there, which then means forests are cut and water, the river is dammed, and animals are displaced, etc. So it opens up this question of who's the beast here. Now, I'm going to, in this short time that I have, I'm going to talk about just one aspect of what it is to live in close vicinity to big cats that might or might not be predatory. And that's something that's an aspect that's discussed a lot. This is the question of why do some big cats become predatory, right? Why do they go crooked? And there are lots of theories that proliferate on this. Some refer to the idiosyncrasies of individual big cats, some to the bad karma or the misfortune of human victims themselves. However, the most dominant accounts of why big cats go crooked did so with reference to power, to inequality, and human actions. Big cats themselves are described as more or less innocent. Rather, it is specific types of humans and the political economic structures they have assembled over time that have brought us to this pass. A sympathetic stance towards crooked cats was discernible once they have been killed or captured, that is, with elaborate theories propounded to explain why they do what they do. I want to pause for a moment here to reflect on the manner in which beastly tales on crooked cats are related. They're highly speculative in nature, they proceed on a case-by-case basis, and they leave space for forms of uncertainty. Even as they trace complex connections across time, space, individual species, and politics, these accounts do not demur from accepting uncertainty at the heart of the tale. It is this uncertainty on crooked cats that leads to the dense proliferation of beastly tales on them, which squares with my understanding of the Anthropocene as a condition that is foundationally uncertain and unsure, a moment in time when our knowledge-making practices need to adapt in order to take on board these unknowns, as well as to develop new storytelling tools that allow for translation across domains that are too often kept separate from one another. And so I see this collaboration with Utica, with Nina and Lily and Vanina and everyone in this room in Berlin right now as part of such a venture where we have conversations across knowledge, forms and forms of representation to discuss stories, to discuss more than human perspectives that might shine a different light on the climate crisis. Okay, so to return to theories on why certain big cats go crooked, a prominent account centered human violence against big cats. A large amount of killing and poaching of leopards and tigers has made them as a species and as individuals with particular biographies angry with humans. So thus the many crooked cats that exist are nothing but the kin of the hunted, mutilated and poached big cats who are seeking revenge on humans. This revenge is extracted by making prey of humans in the very same way that humans preyed on their ancestors or relatives. Now, interestingly, there are studies on North American cougars that have indicated that the hunting of them leads to an increase in conflict between humans and big cats. There is a generalized belief in the Himalaya too that the more you kill and hunt tigers and leopards, the more they will retaliate in kind. So Uttarakhand, this Himalayan state that I work in, has probably the highest incidences of attacks by leopards and tigers in India. This is often explained by reference to the long border the state shares with Nepal and Tibet, both places where poached animal parts are smuggled out from India. So the culpability of place, the practice of intense hunting, poaching, as well as the translocation of leopards that are categorized as problem animals, were brought up as reasons that some individuals from this feline species were targeting humans. Equally, non-human animals seek retributive justice from specific individuals for their very particular actions, whatever these may be. So there were several stories of individualized retribution that were related to me. For instance, there's a very famous crooked leopardess who only ever hunted inebriated men because her own parent had been shot by one such man. Or the leopard that limped a little and was seeking revenge on the woman who had accidentally hurt him with a sickle in the palm when he was a cub. Now, of course, this limp and the individualized retribution reminds one of perhaps the most famous crooked cat of all, which is the tiger Sher Khan, which Rudyard Kipling so famously wrote up in his book, The Jungle Book. Another popular theory on why there are so many crooked cats in the Himalaya referred to the lack of indigeneity. These beasts are alien to the mountains, and their true provenance is located in the plains. When leopards grow old in the zoos in the plains persons send them up to the mountains to die. Or when zoos get overcrowded with leopards, then too, they ship them up to the mountains. As the zoo leopards are used to being provided with means, and some are in any case too old to hunt wild animals, they turn on the easiest prey of all, which is humans. As more and more rescue and rehabilitation centers for big cats are set up in India, the issue of overcrowding has extended to these spaces as well. The belief that captured or zoo-accustomed big cats are sent up from the plains to the mountains has to be understood in the context of a historical mountains, plains animosity that dominates the politics of this impoverished borderland region. So, this is a place where the release of old leopards and tigers from zoos into what the plains people merely consider jungle, with no heed paid as usual to the perils this poses for its inhabitants, is considered just another item in a long list of actions by the plains people that combine abuse and neglect of the mountain people. Now, there's another variant of this release from the zoo explanation of man-eaters that also has some traction in the Himalaya. In this version, the alien leopards have not merely been released from zoos or rescue centers and neglectfully sent up to the mountains. Rather, these crooked cats have been sent up with an actively malign intent to kill and destroy the mountain people. So the conspiratorial element in this explanation is very explicit. There is a similar discourse that is present in the neighboring Himalayan state of Himachal Pradesh, where several people told me straight out that the crooked cats are objects of extermination controlled by the state. Similarly, there are many residents around the Sanjay Gandhi National Park in Mumbai who believe that in the evenings, the park authorities open the gates and the leopards come out of the park to hunt and eat whatever they can find, whether these are pet dogs or these are humans. So in studies of human-animal conflict around the world, such an intentionality behind the appearance of dangerous animals is often assumed, with more often the state being accused of a conspiracy to murder. Now, it is quite clear to almost everyone that a lack of alternative prey or the disappearance of the regular prey base of big cats are making them increasingly desperate, hungry, and predatory. This paucity of food was put into the language of climate change as evidence in extinction, biodiversity loss, degradation, but this was done largely by local elites such as bureaucrats and NGO workers. Similar narratives on climate change causing what is referred to human-wildlife conflict is also put forward by wildlife writers, international conservation organizations, scientists, and the international media alike. Now, while long-term residents of the Himalaya certainly make reference to the visible ecological degradation all around, and they particularly mention the vanishing of more regular prey as a major reason that leopards and tigers are becoming increasingly ravenous, there were very different sorts of stories told. And the English language word climate change was rarely deployed. Indeed, climate change was largely only used by agents of the state and conservation NGOs to in fact take attention from human action, and rather it operated as a tool of depoliticization. So there was a shrugging of the shoulders and the reference to something so much bigger than what one can control. Oh, this is climate change, what do we do about it? Is what sort of local elites would often say to me. Now, this attests to the need to remain attentive to the power of the concept to invisibilize precisely that which it needs to center. This also opens out the question of whether you need to speak in the language of climate change or the Anthropocene to be speaking of the processes that cause it. Now, what I want to sort of foreground here, I'm sort of coming to my conclusion here, is that even though the same language or the words were not deployed, long-term residents of the Himalaya tell stories and they have dense analyses of what is happening in the world around them, specifically in the ways in which their relations with non-human animals are changing. These are rooted in longer histories of resource extraction, the violence of the state and capital alike, and they're attentive to the manners in which class, caste, gender come to matter in such moments in time. The debate here isn't over whether causality can be established with climate change or what technical inputs can be added to fix this, but it is a different way to tell a story of human destruction. If we read all these varying theories on big cat crookedness together, we can see how human acts, these are hunting, translocation, actions undertaken in the distant past, merge with cosmologies centered on reincarnation and retribution. At the same time, the role of the state and the use of political power, which comes across particularly strongly in the so-called conspiracy theories, are considered critical. History isn't separate from politics and religion, and there are complex interconnections that are constantly made by varied actors. This is the Anthropocene, that capacity of human actions to have such a huge impact that we are leaving a destructive human signature on the planet. It is at work in evidence through a coming together of empire, capital, ecology, the state, notions of karma and reincarnation, and the conceit of certain types of humans. So, what I'm trying to make a case here in concluding is for understanding beastly tales as expressing powerful truths about the Anthropocene, as possessing the capacity to open up questions of interspecies climate justice through a foregrounding of more than human perspectives. Thank you. I hope you could hear me. I wasn't just speaking into a void.
Thank you very much, Nayanika. It was a brilliant intervention.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nayanika, please stay with us because there will be
I will.
a round table
Yeah.
after the third speaker, and
Yeah, I'm here.
so that the audience will also have some, could also ask some questions. Our
Okay.
next speaker is Anna Yo. Hi, Anna. Anna, as I mentioned earlier, quickly, she's an artist working with the film and multimedia installations. And her particular research deals a lot with more than human storytelling. And she's particularly interested in the reversal of perspective. So this is what she will talk to us about, especially her latest project, film project that is called Splendor in the Grass. So to you the word, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanina, for a great introduction. Yes, hello. First of all, I want to say big thanks to Nina and Lily and Vanina, who organized this symposium and invited me. And yes, I'm Hannah. I'm a visual artist and filmmaker. I also studied here in Median House together with Nina and Lily. Today here, I'm going to talk about Animal Women and Utopia, based on a film I made 2020, Splendor in the Grass. Before I begin, I would like to talk about the methodology of my practice. If you look at this picture drawing, the two faces are interacting with each other through their eyes, like poking each other. The concept of self-recognition through the other is something we are all familiar with and experience every moment. However, the process does not simply act as a mirror as in this drawing. In fact, a huge number of sort of metaphorical mirrors interact and the perspective changes constantly. What I'm interested in and what I want to investigate through my work is how these phenomena and contradictions such as identification and heterogeneity, otherization and self-centeredness arise in this process and its constant movement. My practice is also about weaving socio-political issues and entangled with this process into loosely structured narrative. Of course, the face shown here does not have to be a human, nor does it have to be a living creature. This somehow leads me to the question of anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism. And I'd like to discern these two notions clearly before I actually go into the cows. Let me talk about the example of child or children's story. When we were a child, anthropomorphization comes rather natural. There is no certain force, mind shifting, or cultural education or artistic creativity needed for that. Growing up, we are more like learning or shaping to differentiate, to recognize, to do othering to other. And this change is the ecology of empathy creates hierarchy, and now sometimes we even address the childish in a negative way as immature, which is another form of othering, I think. Anthropomorphizing makes a fuss, make things less clear, of course, but perhaps a necessary fuss, I think. It will shift perspective from here to there and might cause some sort of schizophrenic traits, but it will also move empathy lines and perhaps, hopefully, creates respect. Anthropocentric, on the other hand, is a difficult trap. As a human categorized entity, can we think something else without putting ourselves in the center or as a departing point? Or is it even possible? Now actually I'm gonna talk about the cows. The research on cow started with an article published by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food of Russia under the title, it's written in Russian, if you translate it, the virtual reality test for cows on farms near Moscow. The article describes an experiment conducted on cattle at a dairy farm, showing them a virtual moving image of peaceful grassland on a cow had customized virtual reality headset. And then also the article implies that the virtual reality experiment reduces the anxiety of cows and has shown a possible increase in milk production. The institutions or perhaps the governmental organization which conducted this experiment or might have not conducted this experiment was rather vaguely described in the article, and I have contacted the private companies and media organizations in Russia to investigate further on this result of the case, but there was no response. And now there's war. So yes, it was somehow that kind of article that we see everywhere in internet news platforms, such a banal, funny, entertaining article, slightly informative, interesting, but also quickly forgettable. This picture somehow attached to the article got me into some sort of contemplation. The farmer in the photo must have a special relationship with this cow. And I thought, if I say that cow is happier or miserable than before, who should I be? Who'd believe me, or who'd understand, or who'd who'd believe me, let's say, when I'm a scientist, or a psychologist, or a farmer, or just a person who likes to imagine things. Then I dare to imagine what this cow might have seen, not literally seen, but how it perceives within this extremely anthropomorphized experiment in an extremely anthropomorphized manner. Maybe that's better. Yeah. So what I did is conceptualizing this experiment with three forces, taking the cow's body as an interface. These three concepts are respectively for the first, utopian imagery that is visually infused into a cow by this technical apparatus. In this case, it's a virtual reality headset, and a grass that provides or exists to support the cow's body and life, and the milk that is drained down from the cow's body. Okay. What is the cow thing in the virtual reality headset? Here is the virtual green meadow. This meadow somehow reminds me this. One of the most famous image of the meadow, perhaps. What these images represent to us is a visually beautiful nature, the representation of nature that is conveniently eliminated its other factors. We here, as humans living under the concrete loop, often tend to forget or even barely reckon the nature, the big nature, not only manifests its beauty, but also carries numerous possibilities and faces that threaten and frighten human. This image, the everlasting green meadow, serves, I think, some sort of immortality, which makes great combination with virtuality. We see this meadow, but we are not really looking at the meadow. Perhaps we are consuming more of these images because the actual green land on this planet is radically vanishing. What this utopian imagery therefore represents may be the collective anxiety.
초어는 글쎄 확실히 마음이 편안해지기는 했는데 그게 제가 편안해져야만 해서 편안해진 건지
누구도 편안해져야만 한다고 강요하진 않는답니다.
알고 있어요. 저는 그냥 그거는 제 것이 아니었어요. 이 말들도 제 것이 아니에요. 무슨 말인지 아시겠어요? 불안을 느낄 필요가 전혀 없는 파라다이스에서 불안해한다는 건
괜찮아요. 그래서 우리가 같이 노력하고 있는 거잖아요.
If the utopian illusion is made from anxiety, let's say, to a certain extent that illusion has kept us alive also, I guess then the question is then who creates these illusions and which illusions get more power in societies. So now there's Great Society. I started to contemplate what would be the perspective of grass, which is one of the critical agents in the chaos ecosystem. The video, again, that I'll be showing is another presentation inside this presentation, which reflects the possibilities of perspective within a perspective.
우리는 어디에나 있죠? 그 태양 아래의 좋은 자리에서 태어난 이들과 그렇지 못한 이들의 격차가 드러나기만 하는 이 체제의 맹점을 우리는 어떻게 보아야 할까요? 대습되는 영향은 이 격차를 극복하는 것을 근본적으로 불가능하게 만들고 있습니다. 이제 잔디는 모두 연대해야 합니다. 땅의 문제는 어떻게 해야 할까요? 우리가 이렇게 밟고 일어서서 확장만을 목표로 해도 되는 걸까요? 문제는 죽임과 죽여도 됨의 차이일까요? 제가 땅의 정령이니 영혼 같은 소리를 한다고 혹자는 그러더군요. 제가 관념론자라고요. 그럼요, 우리는 알 수 없죠. 그렇다고 제가 신을 믿는다거나 그런 건 아닙니다. 그러면 어떻게 해야 하냐고요? 그런 어려운 문제에 대해서는 모든 것엔 복잡성이 있죠. 이 복잡성에 대한 제 최근 논문을 보면 여기 아래 링크를 클릭하시면 됩니다. 그 딜레마를 사회 정치 과학과 정신 분석적 해석으로 다룬 것을 보실 수 있습니다. 얘기가 잠시 다른 것으로 빠졌군요. 우리 포식자들을 생각해보죠. 소와 염소, 양, 포유류들 말입니다. 어느 오래된 종교에서는 삶의 순환에 대한 얘기를 했습니다. 형태만 변할 뿐 다 같은 존재라고요. 우리가 생각해야 하는 또 다른 중요한 문제가 있죠. 바로 잔디깎기입니다. 그래요. 우리의 역사는 아니 이제 포스트 역사라고 해야 할까요? 이 아파라투스와 그것의 윤리적 사용에 대한 경고로 가득 차 있죠. 그 놀라운 기능적 경이로움을 넘어 그것들이 우리에게 가져오는 획일화와 그 의존성에 대한 경고들. 그래요. 그것들은 정말이지 우리를 같은 높이로만 만들어 놓는단 말입니다. 기껏해야 몇 센치를 높이고 낮추는 정도죠. 그 몇 센치 안에서 우리는 자유롭다고 생각하는 거 아닙니까? 우리는 잘려짐과 자름을 둘 다 행하는 부조리의 일부에 속해 있는 것입니다. 우리의 필터링 메커니즘 자체를 검사하는 것이 가능한 것이긴 할까요?
With this fictional character of the grass, I wanted to pretend to know that what grass might think, what the grass society might concern of. But yes, again, it reflects human perspective at the end. Yeah, this character somehow also reflects my own agony as an artist. Thinking about climate crisis, but should I be going out, being in the activism, or should I just, is it okay to read and just making film? Yes, it's kind of reflecting this kind of idea. Yes, yeah, maybe.
이 치료는 현실적이지가 않아요.
그런데 그 우유는 얼마나 나왔나요?
(10리터요)
수시로 체크해 주세요.
네.
So yes, now let's go down part. This is a cattle farm in Siberia, which has an automated system that detects the milk with a laser, the red part here, and extracts it with a suction machine. Advances in technology to extract resources more efficiently, faster, and better have served the purpose of infinitely proliferating capitalism. Cows as a livestock, as we know them, are no longer just animals, of course, but are liminal entities somewhere in between animal, human, and machine, entangled in the complex network of human interests. This is also not just a cow story. When Vandana Shiva, the eco-feminist scholar, argues that, quote, the marginalization of women and the destruction of biodiversity go hand in hand, end quote. She is describing here the commonality of gendered and environmental oppression. Starting from this, now we are revisiting the idea, discussing the entanglements of the oppression of classed bodies, of racialized bodies, and bodies of nature, which lies often invisible under biopolitics and necropolitics. Cows are known to have 4-chambered stomach to digest the food they eat by constantly chewing the cud. It is obvious that nothing is linear, as if going in first to straight down. Inside this complex bodies of nature, many things occur slowly and also enormously. The process would be so subtle or maybe so vast that would be impossible to comprehend with human cognitive abilities. Then I would end this presentation with the question: how should we deal with the reductive perspective towards others of negating all these processes? Thank you.
Yeah, Anna, I would ask you to stay where you are so that we can start a roundtable discussion. Lily, would you also come? And hopefully Nayani is still here. Yes, she will join us. So what we have just seen was a round table that was gathered under the title of Significant Otherness Beyond Human Exceptionalism. And we have seen three different positions. Some of them were artists, like Lily and Anna, and researchers as well. Nayani is associate professor from Oxford. So somehow different ways of tackling this idea of significant otherness. And thank you so much for bringing us across this journey from big cats to crows to cows. It's a lot of inputs to take in, and also somehow it's very different species that we're talking about, and very different relationships that we as humans and citizens can establish with this other species, right? And you have also, for what we could observe, you have a very different level of engagement or contact with this other species in your three talks, because of course you have been following crows for years, I think, with a camera, right? Building this huge video archive of life of crows in the cities, in two main cities, Mumbai and Berlin. You, Anna, you have been mostly working with cattle, with cows in the factory production of of milk, and this has been mostly your focus. And Nayani has, of course, not been able probably to see big cats outside, I guess, outside the zoo. So my first question is, and it's a very difficult question, so I know that I'm asking you something almost impossible, but since we're trying also to overcome our human exceptionalism and this position of feeling that our species is beyond this species, do you think that in your research, or that your research during these years has brought you to have a different perception of the human? So has this brought you to reflect somehow on a different conception of your own species? And how has this...
Yes, of course. I started, I think it's also like watching crows I started to watch crows maybe, I didn't just start watching them, but I saw them suddenly, then, because they're always everywhere, and everyone sees them every day. But at some point I was kind of like triggered, and I was very curious to know them better. And it was kind of like a little bit also of something like a journey with these birds. And I was never interested of like befriending them. So I don't feed them, because when you feed them, they know you, and then they follow you as well. So I didn't want to walk around the city having like this flock of crows constantly around my. So I feel like I didn't come very close to them, but I also had like lots of problems filming them because I thought, you know, especially like when I filmed the nests, then I felt like really intruding into their personal life. So this was really a question to me, like, am I actually allowed to just film them, you know? And but yeah, it's changed me in my awareness of all this nature that I'm surrounded all the time, like even in the city. And yeah, this has been making me very rich.
I don't know if Nayani is here. Ben? No? Okay, well then we can...
I'm there.
Oh, you're here.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I am.
Can you
I am
hear
there.
us?
Are you listening?
Yes.
So I'll turn my camera off, but yeah, after Hannah.
Okay. Yes, yeah, the perception. I would say that within my, I guess, writing process, I can talk about my writing process, because writing something fictional is already changing perception progress. And while I was writing, or at least obviously, I tried to think, I put myself into different shoes, but constantly like kind of feeling disorientated in a way, because my body is here as a human entity, and try to kind of go into the mental state of the cow. And that's, I think, something very interesting change or experience that I had also can be my practice, like through the films or writing. So yeah, I would say that every person who writes can experience that, and in a way, a little by little change you after certain writing. And yes, I definitely feel that I have changed it. Maybe I came back, but yes.
Nayani?
Yeah, thanks. That was so interesting. I learned so much from the other two presentations. I guess I'd answer this question in two ways. One would be that, I think, Munina, that's such an interesting question of what does your work with the non-human then do to your understanding of the human? And I think the ways in which this kind of research and this fieldwork has changed me, or changed the way I look at the world, and has got me very interested in the questions that we're exploring in this workshop today, is really, one is by sort of changing the understanding of what is human, right? Like, what is it to be human? And I think the deep, like, anthropocentrism, or the deep sense of actually focusing only on the human, that for me has changed dramatically, because, in the literature, we have all this work that says human, non-human relations. We have this whole discourse that says that the nature-culture divide is one that's artificial, and actually, nature and culture are deeply enmeshed in one another. But actually doing this kind of fieldwork with people who live in, who talk about non-human animals. So I've just talked about big cats here. There's a lot of talk about bears, about deer, about the street dogs, about, the ways in which people themselves discuss their relationships with animals has changed my understanding of what it means to be human. It's made me understand what that word entanglement that we use so much, or the ways in which we talk about multi-species ethnography, or we talk about interspecies relations. It has sort of anchored it in very real relationships. It's anchored it in very real affective and subjective experiences of encounters with non-human animals. So in that sense, the understanding of what it is to be human, especially that, that sense of the anthropocentrism which is within it, or that idea of the human as standing apart from everything that we're actually deeply entangled with. For me, that sort of fell apart through this work, through this focus on the non-human. If I could just add one more thing, you're right that I never saw a tiger. Luckily, I never saw a lion, a tiger or leopard in real life in the Himalaya when I was doing my fieldwork. And everyone says that's lucky that you don't actually encounter them, because most people don't want to see them or have anything to do with them. But I did hear them. So when I was living in this town in called Kupeshwar, which is when I first came across a crooked cat, because she was haunting this town and killed about 6 or 7 people and injured a lot of people, other people in this town that I was in, which is when I first got interested in the question of big cats. And this is now going back 15 years. Pretty much the first month of my doctoral research was when I met this big cat. But I never saw her till she had been killed. So then I saw her corpse, and I saw the ways in which the hunters sort of paraded her on this jeep around the town so that people could be like, okay, the man-eater is dead, she's gone. But I saw her, I sort of experienced her in many other ways. So she would let out these roars at night that we could actually hear in the town. It would reverberate through the small Himalayan town. We saw her victims, so particularly animals or cattle, etc. There were her pug marks. In fact, once her pug marks were I lived in the small room, and in the morning when I woke up, we saw the pug marks of a leopard outside the room I was in. So there were also the ways in which one sensed her presence and sensed her being there. I also sensed a presence through other non-human animals, so through dogs in particular, who are very, who respond in different ways when they can feel a predatory presence around them. So, and that also then opens up this question, like the bigger question of what is it to be human, and the question that has actually been discussed in this panel so far: what does it mean to have relations with a non-human, with animals in particular, right? And I think the sense is that here you don't have to see them or you don't have to touch them, but to know that you're in the presence, and to feel that you have some sort of a relationship with them, whether it is one of fear or awe or confusion or whatever it might be. So,
yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I'm happy that none of you mentioned what I wanted to mention. That since all of your researchers have been watching somehow animals. Right? Non-human animals. But to me, for example, when I started working on these practices 10 years ago, approximately, curating exhibitions on these topics and then lecturing here at the university, for me, the reflection on what the human is departed really from my own body. You don't really need to go outside or to observe other forms of life to somehow start to feel that there is life inhabiting you already. So this is already one thing that I wanted to bring on the table. We are a portable ecology, right? Because we are not occupied, actually we are constituted by millions of bacteria, viruses as well, fungi, that do not only live in our body, but they really sustain our life. And this is, to me, it was a very interesting shift of perspective, the fact that we are not one. This idea of individualism and of being one does not really exist, is already a construct. And it's a failure, a fake construct, that it brings us also to a very detrimental consideration of the environment, the ecologies, and this is, so somehow I wanted to ask you, if this has impacted your research somehow, or this is the concept, so to say, of holobiont, right? That we are ourselves as well, not only in relationship with other animals or bacteria or other forms of life, but somehow that the more than human is already a constitutive part of our being. And yes, another issue that I was very busy with in the past years, and I wanted to ask you, especially you, Anna, that you work with cow, you have been observing cows. We are somehow tied to animals also by our eating, our nurturing eating habits, right? We eat animals. Some of us, not all of us. Even those of us who are vegetarian or vegan, like I am, for example, come to a point in which you understand that as an animal, as a heterotroph, not an autotroph, you are not able to synthesize your own chemical compounds and your nutrition from the sun and the plants, right? So you are always somehow trapped into this idea of having to exploit biochemical works of other living beings, either animals or plants as well. So we are tied by a relationship of codependence, but also a relationship of somehow coevolution. And within this very complex entanglement of relationships and needs, do you see any possibilities of really overcoming human exceptionalism? Or even better, what are the contradictions that you have experienced and that you have exposed through your practice?
I don't know. I don't know if it's really like human exceptionalism that we have to kind of eat other living beings. I feel, in this sense, I feel like, yeah, more close to my animal side anyways. So, yeah, Hannah, do you have like an input to that?
Yes. Yeah, contradictions, I think, is the keywords, because obviously there's no answer, no solution whatsoever, but I guess facing the contradiction itself is like important in a way that, because also the question of killing when it involves with eating, right? And when the idea also that I put it in the Grad Society, the question is not about the killing, because killing happens all the time, even the bacteria is killing every second. And but who can be killed, or what can be killed, and what would be the intention, and what kind of facilities and what kind of intention, human interest behind it kind of matters more, and that maybe is something that we can change, I guess. So that got me into kind of some sort of contradictions or dilemma while dealing with the cows or talking about the cows, also involved with the veganism and vegetarianism. But I guess, yeah, that is also connected with the activism, right, that I was also slightly talking about, because understanding all this complexity, or like thinking about all this complexity, kind of leads you to certain passivity, because if you consider all the factors, you cannot actually do anything. So yeah, I guess being aware of this, I guess, is the matter for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with what's just been said, and perhaps I'd add a couple of things. I completely agree with the point about contradictions, right? That we're all living with whatever our politics or ethics, we're living in ways that we compromise, right? However much we try, we might be vegan, we might try to fly less, we might, we're just caught up in these structures where the more you think about it, the more you sort of scratch away at the surface, the more you see how deeply intricated we all are within wider structures that make a particular kind of ethical existence quite difficult. And perhaps that's also something that we're trying to overcome. How do we write about these structures? How do we sort of move beyond them? How do we try to change them, I guess? Maybe I can give an example of the ways, on Vanina's really important and really big questions on human exceptionalism and how do we live this very contradictory life or compromised life, especially in relation to the non-human. Perhaps I could give an example again from the Himalaya and the ways in which some of my interlocutors talk about it. So they say that, they're not against the killing of non-humans per se, right? They're not against meat eating, they're not against ritual sacrifice, they're not against hunting necessarily of a particular type. But what they do talk about, and I find that very interesting, is that they are for a particular kind of ethical relationship with the non-human, and they also talk about notions of what we would translate into sustainability, right? So they do say that, to live as a human involves forms of violence against non-humans, against humans. And again, in their worldview, some of it is, you can't get out of it because that's just what it is to be human. But then the question opens up is, what is it to live ethically in relation to the non-human as well as with the human? What is it to kill or to well, kill non-humans, not humans, but non-humans in a way that is sustainable, that is least painful, that is not cruel, that's not at this industrial scale, so that these are very complex sort of questions. And actually, even just thinking of the sort of the three talks we've had on this panel, and the point again that Vanina, you made about that, we're also talking about very individual species and very particular kinds of relationships with them. So whether we're talking about milking cows, or we're talking about the different ways in which crows exist across space and time, and what crows do, or we're talking about big cats and how they can be predatory, but they're not always predatory. And the question is, why are some of them predatory? What is it that's making them predatory? Which is an interesting question in its own right. Like, what is it that's making them turn on humans? In all three of these cases, you can see that there are very distinct relationships with the non-human that you have at play there, right? And I guess the question then for all three, or just taking these examples, would be that how do we forge relations with these animals that are more ethical, that are more just, that are more that are that devoid of the cruelty that you can often see in some of these practices. I think the bigger question you have about human exceptionalism, how do we overcome it? I think there are some very interesting moves being made, say in the academy, or actually the work on climate justice and more than human perspectives that we're talking about today, which really sort of undo this narrative of human exceptionalism, right? Which are really taking that as the center that they then want to unravel and critique, and they want us to sort of overcome that in some ways. But yeah, just to add on to the two sort of comments.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Nayani. Okay. Now it's working. It takes a little bit of time. Thank you so much, Nayani. Yes, I also think that one thing that is very much missing beyond overcoming this necrotrophic system of industrial production, because really it comes down not just to the killing, but it comes down to in which way do we kill, right? One thing that I was also interested in within this change of attitude is somehow bringing this idea of gratitude. That we will speak about this in the afternoon with the Eiko saga, as well of how hunting or somehow killing an animal should be or could be done with a sort of gratitude for the life that you take, and how this somehow generates a different kind of relationship already with the more than human, or with the non-human in that case. And maybe, is there any question that you panelists have among yourselves? Because you have very different practices, but they somehow have some common territories in this interest. You, Nayanika, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, firstly, I really loved hearing the other two talks and learned so much from them. It's not really a question as much as perhaps a comment, though Hannah and Lily can pick up on them. I think what I found really interesting was the role of culture in this, like human cultures in the two talks in a way. And of course, I'm a social anthropologist, so I'm interested in questions of culture. But like, to just take an example of what Lily was talking about how the crows in Bombay were less scared of a camera, right? And they seem to be less scared of humans, and they're coming closer and they're looking into the camera, almost in some of those beautiful images, they're sort of posing for the camera, almost posing for the human, or so it seemed to me. And I was just sort of very interested in thinking about that, because the kind of mediums both Hannah and Lily have used are quite different from those, say, of an anthropologist, to talk about what they're doing, right? Like, these are visual means, there are particular kinds of storytelling techniques that they're both deployed. And I wondered whether they think about like animal cultures in any way, and how that's different, say, in Germany and say in India, for instance, say with the crows, to just stick with that example.
Yeah, when I went to India, I didn't plan to shoot for the film. I started working on this project believing I was going to make a portrait of Berlin. And then I went to India, and then I realized it was so different, like filming these birds. And it's also something that, because then I was so startled. I was talking to another artist. She's a sound artist, Jana Vindaren, and we talked, and she also said, yeah, that she had exactly the same experience, because she's also like recording a lot of sounds that normally humans can't hear because they are underground or underwater. But she had she made the same experience that, yeah, the animals in India come very close and they don't have like a lot of fear. And to me this was just an open question, and thinking about cities, like how a city vibe, the vibe, like every city has a different vibe, and people are kind of like also very different, behaving very different, speaking very different, moving around very differently in each city. And I think that's the same for the animals, like that they also behave very differently. It's not a question maybe of species or but every animal has its own very own mind within the species and a certain place where it lives, and and this forms, of course, not only the character of a human, but as well as the animal world. Yeah.
Lily, I wanted to ask you also a follow-up question, because you started your talk saying that the city is becoming paradoxically a place that is more welcoming to crows, but also probably to other species than the countryside or
yes.
the non-urban areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really like the whole countryside is so digitalized, so industrialized, and the work with pesticides really kills everything. So there's no food anymore for animals and no place to hide. So a lot of animals come into the cities, and there's a much bigger diversity than in the countryside with animals and also with plants. There are much more plants, different, diverse plants than on the countryside. And this also, of course, means that predators are coming. And it's not only this beautiful thing that we have like these animals now in the city, but it's also, it can be quite dangerous. So it's really important to think about like how do we want to live together as neighbors. And especially in Mumbai, I was filming there in a park where leopards, they live there. There's like signs like be aware of the leopard. And people just don't go into this park anymore because the leopard is living there. And I think that's quite a good idea, is to kind of just leave some spaces, leave them alone. Like, because we always want to plan something and we want to do animal-aided design, which is great, and we need all this, but I think we also need just big spaces within the city that we just leave like they are. No designing, no planning.
Although it seems difficult, right, in the sense that if conditions are changing to the point that certain species that may be dangerous for humans, for example, are coming to the city, like in the case that Nayani was exposing, we have to learn to live together somehow, or finding some sort of strategies. And these strategies are going to be mostly anthropocentric, I guess, because we are going to think first systemically about how to protect the people, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the city is like, it has so many territories, and it's interesting to like think about how like animals deal with territories. Like a territory is also this is not only the territory of the tiger, but it's also at the same time maybe the territory of a bird, and they have different ways of kind of dealing with each other within this territory. And there are, maybe sometimes in the morning there's one species, and then, it's kind of like different layers of times and different ways also to think about territories in a not like as a property that you own, but something that you it's always shared, and it's always in the making. It's not like a fixed thing, like we built a city, it's a human city, but it's kind of like, it's in the making every day, and a lot of the species are making the city at the same time. So also a question of awareness, being aware of that, and also, I don't have any solutions, but I think it's important just to realize, there are a lot of different people and animals and living here, so just to be aware, and I think already it helps a lot, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was, while you were speaking, Nayani, this is a question to you, because while you were speaking, I was constantly thinking about the fact that a large majority, I think it's a majority by now, or it's a large number of big cats are currently in private zoos around the world, right? And in the United States, this is a very present practice, so to say, of having this hyper-domestication in the Western. Somehow it looks like the Western society is hyper-domesticating these big cats, and this is colliding with the opposite of what is happening in the global South, where these big cats are actually retaking their territory, rewilding the city, and constituting a danger to the humans. So yeah, I wanted to ask you a comment on this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting question again, Vanina. I think I feel like this is something I really need to write about and think about a bit more, because it's fascinating to think about how, in exactly as you're saying, elites in the West actually domesticate tigers and leopards and jaguars and cheetahs, to keep them as pets, as high-end luxury pets of some form. And if you also look at, say like, for instance, things like Cartier, like these high-end brands, the kind of advertisements they use, right? Every time I go to Heathrow, I'm sort of assaulted by images of leopards wearing, which are then being used, these visuals are being used to sell like expensive jewelry or perfumes or whatever it is these brands sell. So there's, on the one hand, you have this intense commodification of big cats, which are associated with luxury brands, which are associated with an elite Western lifestyle. On the other hand, in the global South, the places where these big cats are actually quote unquote native to, and where you actually find them in the wild, so to say, whatever the wild is, it's becoming an increasing menace to humans, and it's becoming more and more difficult for a range of reasons, right? I don't think these two processes are unconnected. They're actually highly connected in this world, where conservationism and the kinds of very sort of exclusionary practices and elite practices of conservationism, especially when it comes to charismatic megafauna, have led to huge amounts of resentment in the global South, in South Asia, in parts of Africa, where you also have big lions, for instance, against the ways in which these animals are mollycoddled, or they're like made into particular kinds of non-humans that have to be protected at any cost, right? At any cost being human cost, or being that you sort of pump money into them in a particular way, that you create spaces where humans are not allowed to enter, you displace humans from these places to keep these big cats supposedly safe, which by the way doesn't happen, but that's another story. But so I think that there is a big connection between the ways in which certain animals are commodified. And again, I think big cats are very central to this commodification and this converted into elite animals, into luxury goods, into something that are considered beautiful, and the ways in which people in the global South who actually have to live with them, the kind of difficulties they have with them. And this is a relationship that needs to be actually traced out more carefully than I have done quite yet. But these are completely connected practices and processes. They're not disconnected, even though sometimes it feels like that.
Absolutely. I think that in Southeast Asia, big cats have also been somehow killed by humans to sell the parts, to sell, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole poaching of animal like tigers and leopards and lions, and the body parts, the skin, it's just unbelievable. And the kind of violence that's involved in it, to go back to your previous question of, how do we live in an ethical sort of relationship with them? Like something that comes up again and again in the Himalaya is that the poaching of animals is what is leading to this excessive hunting and poaching in the most brutal, callous, horrible way of animals is what is actually leading to a lot of the quote unquote conflict that we see now, because they're so angry at this violence that humans as a species are inflicting on them. And this is linked up, it emerges from these processes of commodification or marketization of, this whole idea of tiger skin being something that you, put up in your house, or like, or being used supposedly for medicinal practices, etc., body baths, or again, these are like highly enmeshed one in the other, right? And we need to disentangle the ways in which they sort of add up to create this very horrific situation we're in, where on the one hand, these animals are facing extinction, are highly endangered. On the other hand, there is increasing conflict with humans. So it's a complete mess, right? And the different forms of violence that undergird all of them, right? So the violence of capital, the violence of colonial regimes, of hunting, of classifying, of categorizing, of trophy hunting, and all of these, which are all sort of coming together in ways that are almost hard to disentangle, but we need to do that intellectual and political labor of doing so.
Yes, thank you so much, Nayanika. Maybe we can open up the discussion to the audience. It's a lot to take in, especially for if some of you are not really working on these themes. But maybe someone has a comment or a question.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, thank you so much for your contributions. And thank you also so much for mentioning the capital. So I would like to add another topic in, or another term, the Capitalocene. And I think as we're living in the age of massive extinction, we also have to be very precise to who's actually doing that. And it's the Capitalocene, and it's a very small amount also of the human beings. And I just would like to add that.
Yes, actually, that's a very important addition. Thank you. Some of you were not here in the introduction, but actually, the way we wanted to frame this entire symposium, and the way we also have made this explicit in our text, is that this entire symposium is criticizing actively somehow the dominant narratives in the global north, and these narratives are really including this constant pursuit of profit, fast-paced pursuit of profit that is usually done at the cost of entire communities and entire ecosystems. So this is, thank you very much for reminding us this again, but we are absolutely in agreement with this. So who is remembering who is doing what is definitely important. Nina, you want to say something? Sorry, I thought you were. Yes, Devin, hi.
Thanks to all three of you for really fantastic presentations. Big cats, crows, cows. I was struck, especially after Hannah's films, on sort of the role of humor. And I wondered if maybe you in particular, or all three panelists, might comment on the role of the ironic or the comedic or humor, given the seriousness of what you're dealing with. Mass extinction, the Capitalocene, the sort of dire situation. And even in Lily's films, there's sort of a slight playfulness in sort of the way you framed the COVIDs with one another. So I wondered if all three of you could speak to the role of humor, given the gravity of the situation that you're all touching on when we turn to the global and the Capitalocene.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I can start with a little bit because I didn't. The film itself is the other parts. If you see that there's another woman, possibly a psychiatrist, who's doing a treatment with the cows, and I put her as a role of human at the beginning. But at the end of the film, the subjectivity or the role of human disappear. Actually, then cow actually is also human with the cow mask, and also can be a cow. So that for me, that from the film, that I wanted to address as a role of human is actually not a human, but more like a relationship between animal and human, or something in between. So I tried to leave the subjectivity of the human through the film. Yeah, that was about my film, but actually role of human in the capital scene, in the capitalism, yes, that's rather clear, right? That we can actually see in daily life. So yeah, I guess the human, I cannot say that human as a general human, obviously, like also Vanina just mentioned, that is a different group of human taking different roles, making problems, or also different group of human being sacrificed by all these activities. So I wouldn't say, or I cannot answer that that human is a general or role of human towards animals or non-human animals. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Yes, I think like talking about the humor, because also the question was about the humor, and I thank you so much for this question, because I think it's a very important question, is how to deal with all this. Like I experienced, like in general, there are so many bad infos we are getting all the time about the world, and it's kind of like you find yourself going like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you know, this is, and you become into this like, oh my God mode, or like how, you know, that it makes you kind of like, it disables you in a way, because you kind of like, everything is so bad that sometimes humor is a really good way to get a different perspective on it, and also more energy to think about it again, because then otherwise, you know, all these informations about the horrible state of the planet can be kind of really exhausting. And I think to kind of like be able to get active or to kind of think in a positive way as well is very important. And humor, I think, is one trigger that can do that, rather than kind of like feeling bad all the time, or, you know, yeah.
Yeah,
it's hard to, and I look at you, Naik, and I think, okay, it's hard to talk about humor when it's about like leopards killing.
Well, you'd be surprised at how much of the stories that are told about predatory animals is told through jokes, actually. I didn't have time to talk about it here, but there's a huge amount of sort of joking and, you know, humor, humorous stories, or, you know, ironic stories that are actually deployed by people to talk about even predatory animals, right? And I think actually to be able to see what those jokes are doing, because jokes are not just jokes, they sort of talk about so much more than that. You know, and they are windows onto particular worldviews, and they're sort of told in different ways. And actually, in my wider work, I do actually look at the use of humor, precisely as the question was, and the ways in which the particular kinds of jokes, which can be a bit, you know, edgy, but then through that you can sort of, they condense a lot within them. And so I actually think the role of humor is quite important in thinking of more than human perspectives, especially if as an anthropologist, it's, you know, you're working with people who are talking about their relationship with non-human animals. Jokes come into it a lot, even when they're pretty dire stories that they're talking about, or they're talking about animals that they have no love for, or animals that are not cute and cuddly like your pet dog, or that rabbit that you see on the road, but animals that can be quite fierce and can be potentially predatory. There is still humor that comes into it. So I think that's a really important observation, given this broader workshop and this conversation that we're having on how do we center more than human perspectives. And I think the role of different kinds of narrations on them, right? These could be humorous, these could be ironic, they could be critical, they could be cynical, they could be other ways of expressing yourself orally, for instance, through song, through poetry, etc., are actually quite important as ins into understanding more than human perspectives. I also wanted to just quickly pick up the previous comment on the capitalist scene and the role of capital. And I think, again, very much like the second question, Huma, I think this is vitally important to center, because I think, unfortunately, there is a lot of there is some literature on the more than human that tends to write out both empire and capital out of the picture, right? That you don't, or when they refer to colonialism or they refer to capitalism, they do it in very broad brush terms, like, capitalism is responsible for this. And actually, what I think we need is a more precise understanding of what we mean by capital, what capital is doing, and particularly, I think we need to identify who is doing what. Right. So if in the context that I work in, again, if I could give that as an example, people actually talk about specific names. So they will mention someone like Gautam Adani, or they'll talk about the Ambanis, who are these big industrialists who are getting to be in the top 10 richest men in the world, and who are sort of controlling resources and who are putting in massive amounts of extractive industries in this region. And I think that, again, this is why it is so important to listen to different kinds of voices and give space to different kinds of voices, because there are very sharp ways in which they're able to identify links that perhaps when we talk more conceptually about something like capitalism, we don't do in the same precise way. So I think that comment on the need for precision when we talk about capital, not just saying it's capital or it's a capitalocene, but being more historically and sociologically precise about who it is that we're talking about and how they sort of enter the picture is absolutely vital.
Totally. I wanted to add that sometimes, I totally agree with you, Nayanika. I wanted to ask you, do you think also that sometimes it's very difficult to pinpoint who is doing what, because also some informations are not so clearly communicated, and really even starting taking on this task responsibly is a very big challenge, right?
That's right. I mean, it's the mystifications of capital and the obfuscatory sort of structures that have been put up, right? Where it actually gets hard to trace these connections and networks more clearly. So, going back to your previous point about like the ways in which big cats in the global north versus the way in the global south, and our contention that actually these are deeply interrelated processes which are undergirded by, in my mind, empire and capital. How do we then trace those out? And that's a difficult kind of a connection to make, but it's never been more important to do that. But you're absolutely right about the obfuscation that's involved in these big structures that we are sort of enmeshed in.
Thank you. Do you have a comment on that? Amanda.
Thank you for wonderful, thought-provoking papers. The question, the thing that really struck me particularly with the film was the space for contemplation and the hours of observation and just watching that must have gone into particularly the Crow films. It must have been hours and hours and years. And even in Nayanika's work, where the time was less a part of the way that it was talked about here, in Nayanika's book, she talks about the months in the village in the regime of the big cat and the fear. And I suppose what I'm thinking is there's this tension that we feel as artists and researchers who are concerned with climate crisis is urgency, and how do we say things fast and effectively so that they might get some traction while there's still time, and one of the members of the network in Oxford, the Climate Crisis Thinking Network, is an IPCC lead author, and as I'm sure you all know, the IPCC report is saying there's no time. We have a very short window now. And so how do we, because it seems to me that the artistic practices and the quality of reflection that we've seen in this roundtable is extraordinary, and it takes time, and it's so much more compelling than the IPCC report in its own way. In these ways of looking at the world, you can begin to imagine how we might do it better, rather than just being, not hectored, because I don't want to sound unsympathetic about what they're trying to do with the IPCC report, but being told very bluntly, this is it, this is the moment, this is when we have to act, but there's no imaginative space to know what the action should look like. So I suppose the question is, how do you think in terms of creating the quality and depth of thought that we need to change things, but being able to do it fast and communicate it kind of hard and fast?
I don't know.
I can only answer in my personal opinion. I think if we try to rush, then maybe that can be something wrong, I think. I mean, it's urgency, like we have to be aware of this urgency, but if we try to go too fast, then we also maybe miss out on many factors and maybe creates a different problem. So I guess, I would like, to say that we have to rush, but maybe we should go slow.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda, I so agree with what you're saying, and we've had so many conversations on this, and I think I would say a couple of things on that. So one is, we absolutely agree that this is a point of urgency. We urgently need to do something, right? But then the question becomes, what does this urgency translate into for whom? I would say for us, perhaps as academics or as artists, or whatever it is that we do in this room that I'm so sad not to be in Berlin, but I'm sort of watching you from here. I think it also becomes a question of what does it become for us to, what can we do, right? So if we think of, say, us, Amanda, as academics, like, I think there is an urgency to change the way we teach. I think there's an urgency to reform the curriculum. I think that's something we can do, and I know both you and I are working on it in different ways over here, more locally. I think there's also, this urgency can also translate into re-seeing your own research. So if I think of my own work, it has been, if I think of this work on big cats, right, there is a way in which I could have very easily framed it within a more safe and far more elegant argument of multi-species ethnography. But actually what this time period has done, this 15 years of engagement with the space of the Himalaya, where, as I mentioned, the climate crisis is very much there, and it's there in the most horrific, apocalyptic ways imaginable, I found that it made me change the way I looked at my own work, or the kind of the assumptions I myself was making previously, or the ways in which I was framing my research, right? And that flip, that change actually happened quite quickly. This might be research we've been doing for a long time, but that flipping of that argument, or the reframing of it, or putting it under a planetary crisis instead of a more sort of regional literature, a particular kind of conceptual understanding of it, did happen quite quickly by academic standards, right? I would say that, so I think I would answer your question in a couple of ways. I think I also agree with Hannah that we don't want to go so fast that, we actually have produced blunt arguments, or we produce underthought arguments, because actually I think it's a time of urgency, not just in terms of the time we take to change the way in which we inhabit the planet or what we do, but it's also a time of urgency in terms of how we communicate what it is that we do, right? And so again, thinking of our collaboration with Utica, with Nina and Lily and Vanina, part of it is also that how do we communicate what we are, this knowledge on the climate crisis in ways that we can reach out to broader audiences, that we can be in conversation with different kinds of people. And I think that's what we can do. So I guess my answer to you would be that, yes, I completely agree that time is short, but then we need to be quite careful in how we as individuals or as collectives or as particular kinds of institutions respond to it, so that our responses don't fall flat, but they actually are powerful, that they do bring about that sort of societal shift that we so desperately need.
Yeah, maybe also one thing I was just thinking about is to kind of like this image we have of animals, because I was thinking about this because you were talking about like how also your method has changed a bit, or like the way you look onto your research, or you contextualize your research. And I think maybe this is the same or similar to me when I think about like when you like how animals are portrayed in these natural or wildlife films. It's kind of really this as victims, like most of the times, you know, it's about that we humans, you know, treat the world so in a way that the animals suffer. So this constant image that is repeated of suffering animals and of, you know, animals as victims. It's of course I don't want to diminish that. Of course it's like that. But I also, for me, it was important, or that maybe another reason why I like watching the crows, because they are so. It's kind of like the opposite. They're very independent and they chose to live, you know, with us. So and yeah, and there's no dramatic music. So there's a certain space that lets you kind of like see the animal, you know, as, you know, not as a victim, but, you know, out of another perspective, as someone with an agency. And yeah,
Yeah, I think that's actually really important, that you need to also give them agency, right? There's this whole, especially I think the conservationist discourse makes them very passive and agentless. And actually, the more you work with non-human animals, you see that there is a lot of agency and relationality that's going into it. Completely agree.
Yeah. And that we maybe tend to disempower with our discourse sometimes. This is also why the need to somehow change in the way we address this topic and the way we speak about this. No?
Totally. Yeah. And I think also the need for interdisciplinary work on more than human perspectives, you know, because I think that is something, again, that, I mean, again, Amanda and I have talked a lot about this, is that there is a way in which we're very much in particular kind of silos, whether these are disciplinary silos or, you know, and we need to, the moment you start talking to different knowledge forms, whether it's history or politics or art or visual studies or whatever, you suddenly have to actually set up conversations that then change the way in which this act of representation goes. And I think that's very powerful. And actually, that's really important in this moment, not just because it's urgent to communicate, but also because then it opens out these kind of knowledges in ways that are intellectually very rewarding.
Words create worlds, right? In a way. Nina, yes?
Yeah, just shortly. First of all, thanks to all the speakers, Lily, Hannah, and Nayani. I wanted to talk a bit about this storytelling, because I found that in all lectures, the storytelling, or also the utopic storytelling or speculative storytelling, is a big issue. And of course, all the stories are told from a human perspective, and just Hannah tried to take agency or talk from a point of view of the cow or a point of view of the grass. But we just talked also about words, and I think just as a final idea, of course, we are so much interested in the more than human perspectives, and how would be the speculative storytelling if we could see it from the eyes of the big cats or the crows. So just to give an image, a visual image.
Yeah, for me it was really, somehow I didn't, in my film I didn't try to kind of like get into the bird perspective and fly around with drones and make, you know, that wasn't like the idea, but to change the perspective in a way that I see the city I went following the crows is already like, then you come to places where you wouldn't have maybe gone before, or you spend a lot of times on rooftops, and yeah, like seeing the crows using the city in a very different way, using it like also giving the architectures very different functions, and it was really, for me, really great to kind of like, I was born in Berlin, but the crows really showed me like this whole new city I didn't know before. So yeah.
And may I add that this is also storytelling somehow. I mean, this is a different way of doing the storytelling, right? And sometimes it may feel even less as an anthropocentric move, the fact of following the crows as your city guide, in a way that another species is showing you the place where you were born, showing you different places, rather than really trying to take on the perspective of them, right? Because this is still something that we can do with humor, as you are doing, but it is still not really getting out of being the human mind reflecting on another species. It's still a very subjective position in a way. Nayani?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
No. Please, Nayani.
So, we've had a lot of sort of discussions on this within anthropology of how do we go beyond the human when we actually keep talking about humans, right? And I think the point Nina raises an important one, because there is this continuing anthropocentrism where what we're centering are human voices on the non-human. But actually, like with time, I've come to think that I think of it as a particular kind of critical anthropocentrism, or ways in which that we're getting at more than human perspectives by talking about how different kinds of humans tell stories about them. Right? And it's not just how different humans tell stories about non-humans, but it's also, say, material aspects. So like, how do you read the materiality of a landscape? How do you read, sound? How do you read different sort of senses around a particular landscape and inhabiting there, as well as the stories that people tell about non-humans, and then you construct that story. So I think there are other mediums or other disciplines, perhaps, where you can come to the non-human perspective from a different way. So like Lily gave this example, which is actually very visually evocative, of flying with the crow and then seeing what the crow is seeing, right? And that might be one way to depict it. But I think in the case that I've been sort of working with, I find the different kinds of stories that people tell about animals actually deeply illuminative of them, without making claims to saying this is what the tiger thinks. But this is what people think the tiger thinks. This is why people think the tiger is acting in the way it is. For me, that is the kind of storytelling that I find quite powerful. But and I personally don't think that the anthropocentrism of it, that these stories are being told through human voices, actually necessarily takes away from them being more than human perspectives.
Right. Interesting. Anna.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I would actually like to add that my film actually that doesn't really actually show that there is a cow's perspective, right? And I would like to say it shows more than my attempts to change the perspective. I think that kind of matters for me. Yeah.
Maybe we have time to take a last comment or question. Then I will make another question, since we're talking about interdisciplinarity a lot, and since there are in some ways in which our research into the more than human and into these post-anthropocentric positions goes beyond the humanities and also comes into science, or exact science, how would we say this in Latin? How do you think that scientific accuracy is important, or how is this relevant, or have you found it relevant somehow at some point in your artistic research also to deal with scientists? How has this encounter happened? Was it an easy encounter to somehow really build a cross-disciplinary connection and knowledge, or have you found some resistances, especially regarding the use, the accurate or inaccurate use of certain kinds of knowledge built in another sector that is not the humanities?
Yeah, that's a very good question. For the past year, I held a seminar about animals in the city, and there were a lot of scientists that we invited to talk about different species. There was Mirjam Knörnschild, she talked about bats, and Cord Richelmann was talking about crows, and other like really great scientists, and it was such a funny clash sometimes, like, because even like the questions that students from our department, coming from art, coming from film, asked, kind of like made the scientists go like, well, I have never thought about this way around, and other way around too. Like there was this wonder, like that's how you think about it in this way. But so I thought it was very, very, very interesting, and you know, while like talking about each like perspective, I felt like there was like evolving something in the middle of it that wasn't there before. So it was really new knowledge coming from that.
Yeah, I guess I keep thinking about this word accuracy somehow. I don't know. Kind of bothers me. I don't know. Science, I guess, I've been also working with the scientists and having discussed together with it and asking things. I think science is as a belief system, so one of the belief system, and then also as my film. And it's wonderful, and we get so much perspective from it, like because people, like scientists, having all their life devotions to certain researches and the ideas, and so much to learn from. But the thing is that sometimes the numbers are too strong, and somehow that kind of divorces the idea behind it. And I found it a bit, maybe we should translate it, the numbers, the power of numbers, into a little bit different narratives, and maybe that could be my role or everyone's role. Also, another thing is science now is one of the most powerful belief system that tends to have sometimes have more power over different narratives. So maybe we can also try to balance out that. I'm not saying that science and non-science, but like there are many different stories behind it. So yeah, I guess that's my opinion about it.
Yeah. I think I really agree with what Hannah said. Both the points you've raised, it's a belief system, and there are different ways to believe and different kinds of stories to tell. So completely agree with you on that. The only thing I'd add to this question on the natural sciences is that, again, I personally found it really useful actually to work with natural scientists. So one of the key interlocutors of my work, of this work on big cats, is actually a wildlife biologist, and interestingly, she's about the only woman wildlife biologist in India. So there's also an interesting gender angle to this. And I worked quite closely with her for a while. I've gone on field trips with her. I've read her scientific papers. I've engaged with her students. And I have to say, like, working with her changed my understanding of big cats. And by that, I don't mean that it made me more like scientific, but it just changed the way in which I understand a lot of things. Like, how do they travel? What are their, like, the question of territoriality? Why are they territorial? Why do they move through certain space and they don't? what is the kinship patterns, etc., completely changed it, and it was really productive and useful for me to think about my own work. So just to sort of sum up, while I agree with everything Hannah's saying, that it's a particular kind of belief system, it's a very hegemonic belief system, right? To very much unlike, say, the kind of work that we do, where, say, something like anthropology in particular is not really considered a science in the same way that, say, for instance, wildlife biology or climate science would be considered. And it's the dominant belief system in the world in a way. And so we need to find other ways to tell stories, and we need to think about not falling prey to this hierarchy of knowledge systems, right? But also trying to center alternative knowledge forms as equally valuable and equally important. I believe that completely, but at the same time, I also think that more and more I found my interactions with natural sciences really compelling and actually really productive for thinking about the kind of work I do on the non-human. And I think these two can be true at the same time. So you can not subscribe to the hierarchy of knowledge systems, and you can subscribe to the fact that the natural sciences is just another science in the same way as philosophy or anthropology or sociology or history might be. At the same time, you can find it really productive to actually engage with the natural sciences, and it can help you sort of re-see your own work in important ways.
Thank you, Nayani. I think we are in a perfect schedule, which is it's amazing to see. Thank you so much for this. Thank you to all the three of you for your very thrilling panels and presentations. And we are going to continue. We will take a break, a lunch break of 1 hour, and we will continue at 2 p.m. with another panel that is called The Historical Roots of Anthropocentric Thought and Alternative Narratives for the Future. So the second panel will focus more on the anthropological and historical roots of anthropocentric thought, and on indigenous epistemologies as well. And then we will have also a presentation by Nina about her latest piece, her latest work. During this break, you will hear a sound in this room. It's a sound installation by Bea Targos. It's installed there. We will activate it as soon as we leave the microphones. It's called Vibrations, and Bea, in this work, she has recorded a colony of firebugs in 2021, and this is the sound that you will hear. Thank you so much for this. We will come back soon, hopefully with you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming back for the second part of this symposium. For those of you who were not here in the first part, we have had 3 beautiful presentations diving into interspecies communication, intersubjectivities, departing from the example of humans' relationship with cows, wild cats, big cats in Himalayan regions, and crows with Lili Kuschel. So this second part of the day will dive more into the anthropologic and historical roots of our anthropocentric thought, so where has this historically departed from, and also possible narratives for the future. Our first speaker today is, for the afternoon, is Amanda Power. She's Associate Professor of History at Oxford University and also part of the Climate Crisis Thinking Network, who is a co-organizer, co-hosting institution for this symposium. And Amanda, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be in Berlin, in another city, in another place, after all these years of the pandemic. So, I suppose one of the things about being a medieval historian, rather more than being an artist, is people don't quite see what you have to say about what seems to be a crisis of the present. And so at first I felt there wasn't much I could do. And then it slowly began to seem to me that maybe the roots of everything lay in the Middle Ages. And in fact, as I started working on that, it began to seem to me that it was much older than just the Middle Ages, but because I'm working on the Middle Ages, I'm going to pick the story up as if it began there, more or less. And please wave at me if I'm talking too fast. I'll try not to. So one of the great obstacles to engaging with the realities of our times is their apparently unrooted quality. They do not make sense within our established modes of thinking. Something's happened. Something's gone wrong. But what it is we struggle to know. The realities of our times are Anthropocene realities. They're the realities of increasingly destabilized Earth systems, of damaged and collapsing ecosystems, of devastating injustices and inequalities, of the incapacity of our politics and our ethics to support the necessary actions. All these things are now layered indelibly into the geological record. They will be our species' epitaph. With this comes the exposure in the global north of our illusions about ourselves. What populations indigenous to the Americas, Australia, New Zealand, and elsewhere always knew about the white invaders is finally becoming apparent to the invaders. We are not rational. We're not led by our science. We do not have a free press. We are not democratic. We do not think critically about power and its operations. We're racist. We evade thinking about the climate change by telling ourselves that it will mainly affect black and brown people in the global south. We, the societies of the global north, inhabit unrealities. We're dislocated from the way things really are. In these brief remarks, I'd like to talk about how this dislocation came about. I think understanding this might give us very powerful tools for, as Bruno Latour put it, coming back down to earth. While it is hard to know how we might re-entangle ourselves physically in planetary life, especially when it's so destabilized and so many of us feel as if we live far removed from it, we must engage in imaginative and conceptual re-entanglement with reality. We need to live and act as if we understood what is at stake. The Anthropocene and its best publicized manifestation, climate change, seem like ruptures in human history. We expected progress to continue. We expected a compliant planet to support human ascent to the stars. The Anthropocene, therefore, is profoundly disorientating. It doesn't fit. And what doesn't fit into people's sense of things is often left out of their thinking about things. Geologists have located its onset in the 1950s with nuclear testing. It's a much contested concept in the humanities. But if we see instability and dislocation as its essential features, in the lived experience of all planetary life, we need to look back millennia for its onset. One way of looking at the Anthropocene era is that it was born as small groups of humans forcibly harnessed the labour of other humans and other than human life to transform environments and generate surpluses, to generate profits. That is, as societies were organised around extracting more than was needed and using it to establish and deepen social inequalities. Forests were cut down, plants rooted out, bare earth ploughed and seeded, marshes drained, barbarians civilized, and the energy of animals yoked to human ends. The justifications by which these actions were legitimized, valorized, and glorified as great human achievements are the justifications that we inhabit today, the unrealities that blind us. So here we have, I think perhaps the point is obvious, some frescoes from around 2,700 years ago. And what's being shown here is the power of the King of Kings in Assyria. And he's shown killing with his bare hands a lion, a wild animal. There are displays of domesticating other animals and turning them to human ends. And it's not just animals, it's also many thousands of humans whose labour is now appropriated and belongs to someone else. And finally, in the bottom corner of the picture, the logging and transportation of cedars, the cedars of Lebanon, famous in the Bible. And all this is not up there as a way of apologizing for what the King of Kings has presided over. It's a way of boasting. It's a way of showing how powerful he is because he has tamed all these different elements and turned them to the uses of empire. And this was not his innovation. It had been going on already for millennia. So this is what I mean when I say I don't think the story even starts in the Middle Ages. But while these ideas did emerge in the ancient Middle East, in China, and in various forms elsewhere, they were honed into particularly potent and destructive ideas in the post-Roman West. Here, governing elites bound together fantasies of human domination of the earth and absolute human transcendence of the earth. Then they made morality and rationality out of their fantasies. So according to this thinking, those who did not tame and exploit their environments did not deserve to inhabit them. They had to be enlightened or removed. Those who loved the world around them and the life in it more than the tenuous hope of a life after death would pay with eternal torment. The world itself was dispensable. It was a vast sacrifice zone in which the drama of human salvation played out somewhere before apocalypse ended planetary time. In this bleak Anthropocene, no one noticed or mourned the loss of astonishing verdant life and teeming oceans of this blue earth. But rather than giving a narrative account of these ideas, I want to examine some of them in the form of metaphors that have so heavily imprinted the earth and have shaped our submission and our complicity to the general direction of our times. They are not innocent metaphors. They were designed to do exactly what they've done. So the first metaphor is the metaphor of the harvest. As we have it here, from a saint's life written by the Carolingian scholar Alcuin in the late 8th century, King Pippin gave Willibrord jurisdiction in certain newly conquered areas so that he could root out the thorns of idolatry and scatter more profusely the most pure seed of the word of God through the cleared and newly tilled lands, thereby fulfilling the precept of the prophet, make a new ploughing and do not sow among thorns. It was an idea very widely used in those centuries to describe the process of expanding the hegemony of warlords through the agency of the medieval church. Newly conquered populations were presented as unenlightened, walking in darkness, and needing conversion to Christianity. The endeavour of converting them, often carried out by monks, was equated metaphorically to agricultural labour, so the monks became workers in the fields of their god. Their job was to root out the native plants, plough the earth, seed it with the Christian faith, and grow a monocrop of souls to be harvested and stored in the granary of their Lord. It was a difficult job, for resistance, critique, and independence, characterised as weeds and thorns, would keep growing up in the fields and had to be continuously pulled out. Now, this metaphor of seeding lands with the word of God and reaping a harvest for God is usually seen as a benign metaphor, partly because we're a society that feeds itself with grain harvests and staves off starvation by storing grain. But it is quite chilling when you think about it as a metaphor for how to treat human populations, especially people who didn't initially agree with you. So as well as being about the imposition of ideological uniformity, it was about power. For the monks were not agricultural labourers. They were part of an elite that lived off the surpluses extracted from the land through the labour of peasants who were bound into this service, and many of whom were actually enslaved. So that's my first metaphor that I wanted to look at. The second one is about dislocation from your own local spaces. So conversion to Christianity has often been treated ideologically as an improvement on prior practices and worldviews. So for medieval historians, moving from pagan to Christian is a movement into civilization. We know very little about what the prior practices and worldviews were because they were so thoroughly disrupted and extirpated that their traces in European cultures are ambiguous at best. But we know what the monks wrote about the peoples and practices that they called pagan. And here from the influential 6th century letter of Martin of Braga, which became a sort of textbook for what it is that pagans thought, which he called the correction of rustics, the correction of country people. So after the flood, he said, again men forgot God, the creator of the world, and began to worship creatures. So the force of that is that God created things, and if you worship the creatures, you're missing the real source who should be worshipped. Some paid homage to the sun, others the moon and stars, others fire, others deep water and springs of water, believing that all of these had not been created by God for man, but had sprung up as gods from themselves. Then the demons, seeing that ignorant men had dismissed God, their creator, began to appear to them in various forms and speak with them, and demanded them that they offer sacrifices to them on lofty mountains and in leafy forests, and worship them as God. Many of the demons who'd been expelled from heaven now preside over the seas or streams or fountains or forests. And in similar fashion, ignorant men who do not know God worship them as gods and offer sacrifice. While historians remain uncertain about what this meant in practice, it's quite clear that churchmen envisaged pagans as paying too much reverence to the life and non-life around them. Pagans were said to have relationships with what they perceived as the spirit or the essence of trees, water, and other elements of life-giving place. The clergy, for their part, denied that there was being in place and said that it was all the work of fallen angels, of demons. And when conquered populations continued their old practices, drastic intervention was justified. So this is from the life of St. Boniface. Some continued secretly, others openly, to offer sacrifices to trees and springs. So Boniface attempted to cut down a certain oak of extraordinary size, called by the pagans of olden times the oak of Jupiter. But when he'd made a superficial cut, suddenly the oak's vast bulk crashed to the ground, as if by the express will of God. At the sight of this astonishing spectacle, the pagans began to believe and bless the Lord. But what I want to suggest here is that this was actually a process of dislocation. The emotional investment of the community in a vast ancient oak, a tree that can support thousands of different types of life at once, was destroyed. It was replaced with devotion to an abstraction that had been crafted in cultures far removed in place and time. This was a god whose nature had been described by Hebrew writers in the language of power used by the kings of ancient Assyria. It had become a Roman god, and its doctrines and its institutions were administered from Rome. Connection to the local had been broken and replaced by a connection to something universalizing, distant, disembodied. And this had many consequences. Here I'm briefly delving into a bit of natural science. But so what we have here is what they found in a sample from a peat bog somewhere in central Poland. So what we can see, and don't worry if it's not immediately clear, but what we can see is the transformation of an ancient broadleaf forest in the space of just a few years. So what had happened was that a military order, the Knights of St. John, had settled in what they perceived as the wilderness in the Kingdom of Poland and brought settlers to clear the land. So the first half of the part that's in green is the pollen of what was in the peat bog before the settlers arrived and cleared the land. And there were people living in there, and you can see that they're charcoal particles. So they were using fire to clear the forest a little bit, but they would allow it to regrow, and so they didn't alter the nature of the forest very fundamentally. But what you can see is when the settlers arrived with a very different idea that you needed to clear forests and plough lands, almost overnight, the type of forest was very radically changed, and it ceased to be a deciduous broadleaf forest, and other species like pine came to dominate. And you can also see that they've introduced domesticated animals. There was very little trace of them there in the forest before. And another example that I can't illustrate with quite such a neat chart is the fate of the coastal salt marshes in what was then called Frisia and is now the Low Countries. So where people once lived sustainably on mounds in watery tidal landscapes, the draining and reclaiming of land has left a profoundly vulnerable region. And in the process of draining those marshes, the wetland ecosystems were irretrievably damaged, and plants and animals indigenous to those systems were rendered extinct in that place. So the larger point here, I think, that we can take from this is the idea of a sacrifice zone, an area that doesn't matter. You can destroy it by extracting from it, and you move what you've extracted to somewhere else that isn't the sacrifice zone. So to be able to clear a forest, to drain a marsh, to mine or frack or extract oil, the inhabitants of the region must accept the destruction, either because they lack the power to stop it, or because they themselves are ideologically persuaded by what they've been taught to understand as development or profit or modernizing, and other words that give spurious meaning to loss and to dislocation. To do this, connection to specific places and commitment to their integrity and continuation has to be presented as less rational, less economically rational than a commitment to their improvement. I suggest that anti-pagan tracts of the Middle Ages laid the groundwork for the view that environmental activism is irrational, emotional, and possibly backward-looking. So my third sort of metaphor or image is about dominion of the earth. So the Judeo-Christian teaching that an anthropomorphic God created everything and gave humans dominion over it all and required humans to cultivate landscapes has often been blamed for the ecological crisis. Some of you might be familiar with Lynn White's article that was published in the 1960s that made this argument. And there's been a lot of dispute around how much this is to blame and whether it's the correct interpretation. And because it's been discussed so much, I won't say too much about it here. But what I want to do is comment on the way it was used to justify the modification of environments. And as I've already noted, Christians hungry to take the lands and resources of others stressed that failing to cultivate meant people were not acting properly. So this is how it was possible to turn up in Australia and say, this is an empty land, we can take it, because it was a possibility of being just blind to how people were living and using the land. So in the images on the slide, on the left-hand side, the Christian God is creating animals, And the Christian God is here depicted as looking like a human. Most of the time in medieval art, you apart from the iconology around God, you can't tell that it's a god rather than a human. So I think it's fair to say that the way this is being presented is a human creating animals. And on the right-hand side, St. Francis of Assisi, in what's a very famous image, is telling the birds what they should believe and how they should act. So he's preaching Christian doctrine to the birds. He's very famous for his song about the natural world, and as many of you probably know, St. Francis is quite central to the way that the Catholic Church at the moment is talking about what should happen to deal with climate change and to reimagine humans as careful stewards of the earth rather than extractive inhabitants. But I think it's in the context here where we're trying to look at fundamental metaphors that have often been treated as quite benign. The only thing that Francis could think of for the natural world to do was to worship God. He thought that was what it was there for. He saw the joy in the world as being about the collective worship of God by humans and animals and sun and moon and stars together. And in a way, it's a very beautiful image, but it does place this God, who, as you see in the other image, is imagined as a human, at the center of things. And there are no stories about Francis listening to the birds. And perhaps if we look back to the allegation of Martin of Braga that demons would take the form of birds, and he talked about how pagans were confused. They'd listen to birdsong and they'd think it was beautiful, but it was actually demons in the trees pretending to be birds. So listening to the birds is perhaps a risky thing, and that is maybe one reason why Francis didn't do that. But I think it's also a question of whose knowledge matters, and the knowledge of the birds is not an important part of this. But I suppose the other interesting thing here is that the understanding of the birds is important. It matters to Francis that birds understand what's important. It's a very anthropocentric thing that's important. So the next few images are from bestiaries, which are collections of material about animals that were very popular in the Middle Ages. There are loads of these, and they're very beautifully illustrated. And there's a set of stories about animals that recur. And in these texts, the animals are described, first of all, in a way that's meant to be, I think, scientific, although it's mostly very odd. But then a moral is drawn. So the thing that you can learn from the animal is the sort of the second part of the piece of information. So the characteristics of all animals, fantastical as they often are in these texts, exist to teach people lessons about Christian morality. So here we have the slightly bizarre piece of information that lion cubs are born dead, and they're brought to life on the third day after their birth, when the mother breathes in their faces or the father roars over them. But the message from this is pretty clear. This represents the way in which God brought Jesus to life on the third day after his crucifixion. So the purpose of lions is to teach us this. And another example, the purpose of the peacock. So the terrible voice of the peacock is like the voice of the preacher who warns sinners of their end in hell. The eyes on the peacock's tail signify the all-seeing eyes of God. So this remarkable bird, again, really exists as a kind of allegory of I suppose, priests and others who might serve that kind of purpose in society. And even plants are sometimes connected to these purposes. More of the writing on plants is medicinal, and a lot of it still stands today, I think, much more so than the stuff about animals at any rate. And here we have the herb hypericon, which in English is St. John's wort. I don't know the German word for it, but I was interested to discover this because St. John's wort is used as an antidepressant, and I'm not quite sure what the relationship is between saying it drives demons away and that medicinal use of it in the Middle Ages. But I think it's what the point I want to make in this particular occasion is just that this herb is put into dialogue with the worldview of angels and demons, and it has its function to play there. So all of this is the world of the Anthropocene, a world which has to all intents and purposes been created by a human, a God who looks and behaves like a human, created by the human imagination. And it's a world in which animals and plants exist to illustrate to humans the doctrines of the Roman Church and are wholly subordinate to human needs. So my last sort of metaphor or image, I think is possibly the most dangerous one of all, and that's transcendence. So planetary time in this medieval worldview exists for the working out of human salvation history. So at the creation of the world, after everything's put in place, men and women are put there and start their moral journey. And then when that's worked through, when the time comes, Christ will return and the world will end in turbulence and fire. And a new world, a new Jerusalem, a perfect world will come down from heaven. And at this point, the dead will rise up out of the earth. Their bodies intact, which is what you see in that slide. So at the bottom, people are coming out of their coffins, and they're as they were in life. And there were actually a lot of arguments about this over the course of time from the early Middle Ages onwards, whether it was the same body, whether it was a slightly different body, and how it was constituted. And there was a lot of anxiety about what happened if, for example, you'd been eaten by an animal. And then there are images of, I should have had one here actually, of people coming out of their graves and wolves with their mouths open and missing limbs from the people kind of flying out of the wolves' mouths to be rejoined to the body. So it's the point, I think, that's really important and often overlooked with this image, which again it's a kind of happy image. Everyone's coming out and I guess they're reunited with people they love. Although these images are always just before the moment of judgment. So people come out of their graves and they face judgment. But I think the point that I want to make here is a slightly different one. So these are bodies which are leaving nothing in the ground. There's no part of the human person left in the soil or anywhere else in the planet, or in the stomachs of wolves or anywhere else. So yes, and so then after they have been judged, if they're fortunate, they will, or if they behaved well, they will live eternal life amongst the stars. And I think that that's an important notion even in our more secular times, that this aspiration to afterlife, live amongst the stars, or have a human afterlife or a human future among the stars in distant galaxies remains a kind of important image of what human success would look like. If we think about people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, trying to fly off into space and saying we should all go to Mars, it's obviously theologically it's very different, but as a kind of image, as a metaphor about what humans might be aspiring to, it's the same thing. So the idea here is that the whole moral focus of a person's life should be on this future which has nothing to do with the earth, but will actually begin with the wholesale destruction of the earth. So human thought should not be given to warm, sensual, immediate, entangled life, but to perfecting yourself along the lines sketched out by the church. And humans must do this in order to obtain something that only exists outside and beyond life. And in fact, over lunch we were talking about the plastic surgery, and I wonder whether this sort of idea of the perfectibility, getting away from what you naturally are to become something slightly different, is another sort of way these sorts of imaginings are taken on. So essentially, the humans will not leave an atom of themselves in the Earth's soil. They will not decay and not be dispersed through the ecosystems of the Earth's biosphere. They cannot belong to the planet because eventually they will rise from it. And so, as with the other ideas I've discussed, it can be seen as comforting. But pause for a minute and consider how fearful, how dangerous an illusion it is to think of ourselves as separate from the embrace of the only place we know of in the whole universe that can sustain human life. And even now, we're told that human aspiration should be vested in abstractions, to improve oneself along neoliberal lines, and ultimately to leave the planet and travel to Mars. No wonder we cannot properly invest our love in our world as it is. No wonder that even the prospect of apocalypse doesn't seem to motivate people, or not motivate them enough or fast enough. We do not properly understand that we're totally dependent on the ecosystems that we have. So just for the last couple of minutes, I want to think about undoing some of this. I think these are ways of thinking that were born out of the hunger for the Anthropocene, for human domination of Earth's systems. But what was the Anthropocene, when we're seeing it not as a geological era but as a way of thinking? It was essentially a world invented to sustain and to build inequalities, to enrich elites and to make serfs of the rest. Critical thought amongst the masses needs to be rooted out, obedience inculcated, trust in the goodwill of authorities, all on the promise of justice and pleasure after death. Meanwhile, whatever could be extracted should be extracted. Societies that didn't extract could be destroyed and replaced with those that would. And populations taught to be in the habit of faith, which means believing without understanding, believing without proof, continue to have faith in governments and institutions that are failing all around us. So we must ask, how can these ideas be undone? So I'm going to quickly go through my 4 images and suggest ways of unraveling them. So first, if instead of thinking in terms of monocropping, supported by pesticides to kill insects, herbicides to kill unwelcome plants, and fertilizers to make these dying, overexploited soils productive, we think in terms of sustainable organic agriculture, in which companion plants grow together, co-creating the best conditions for their life cycles, making the soil fertile and pulling down carbon. Humans, along with other than human life, would take what they required and not more. And therefore the basis for inequality would perhaps also fade away. In practical terms, this is needed as a better way of doing agriculture. But it's also needed as a metaphor, I think, for society to think and live with. So if we stop thinking with the metaphor of harvest and start thinking with the metaphor of entangled organic gardening. The notion of the harvest of souls for the Lord's granary was also about capturing labour and disciplining dissent. Critiques of power, injustice and inequality need to become a fundamental part of how we talk in the Anthropocene. The deterioration of the conditions for Holocene life is driven by the global elites of late capitalism. They chose more than 50 years ago to start discrediting the science and propagandizing the public to consume yet more resources. They were allowed to do this. It's hard to know whether public acquiescence was informed, whether many people were happy to believe the science wasn't correct, or whether it was the product of centuries of tutelage to trust those who governed. Either way, we've been gathered into the Anthropocene granary and must most urgently recognize this fact and the reasons for it. Secondly, we badly need to understand why, culturally, so many think that it is less rational to care about the environment than the economy. This attitude did not come from writing about pagans, but it was deeply entrenched by centuries of deliberate dislocation of people from the immediacies of place and deriding of beliefs or practices that might involve deference to or celebration of particular trees, particular streams, and other parts of place. Our ideas of what is rational need some reimagining. Thirdly, the great lesson of our times is that the attempt by a single species of dominion of the earth is a bad idea. Some, even in the West, are coming to recognize what many other cultures have always known, and which I think we'll be hearing more about soon, that entanglements and the intelligence, if that's the right word, of every aspect of ecosystems are more complex and extraordinary than we're capable of grasping. Nothing is really improved by the clumsy modification of humans. A human like God did not 4.6 billion years ago create the earth and other than human life. And other than human life and non-life did not owe humans anything, least of all worship. And finally, the return to the soil. What would it take to abandon our fantasies of eternal life for humans, of life beyond this good earth? What would it take to transform our paralyzing fear of death into a kind of joy that the atoms of our being will continue in different forms within ecosystems as long as they endure? What difference could that make to how we live, think, and hope?
Thank you so much, Amanda. Very wonderful contribution to our talks today. This microphone is very loud, isn't it? Thanks. So our next contributor is Nina Fischer. Unfortunately, Nina should have been accompanied by Maroan and Sani. They usually work together as a duo since 1995, right? It's been a long time. Nina is also professor here at the UDK, at the class of experimental film and media art, where we teach also together. And she will present today her latest work, Die Alchemie der Wolken, the alchemy of clouds, cloud alchemy. That is the latest film that you have, latest 6-channel video installation that you have created together with Maroan. If you come back tomorrow for the film program, this 6-channel installation will be installed at the downstairs at the gallery space, and it will be visible between 11 a.m. and 12:30. And Nina and Maroan will also be present to reply to some questions and to discuss with you further, more specifically after the work. And also today after the screening until 7:30. Today until 7, you can also go and see this installation. Nina, thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vanina, and also Amanda for your talk. Yeah, unfortunately, Maroan cannot be with us, but he promised he will follow the live stream, so probably he will be watching me. Die Alchemie der Wolken, Art, Activism and Splitting Community, that's our recent artwork, and it's about exploring the different positions of society in relation to the climate crisis and its potential to split the society. And it's also about the challenges we are facing today as artists and as individuals, and of course also as part of the society. During our artistic research, we had following relevant questions in mind. How do we achieve a transformation process in society? And how can we get over the social division and create new models of coexistence for the future generations? How to create a shift to a more than human perspective? And is art maybe an appropriate format to trigger that transformation? And what kind of artistic strategies have to be developed? And how can we involve the whole society when we only act in our heterogeneous environment of art and culture, where we mostly reach out to like-minded people? Can or should art become activism in order to make a difference? The floating side as a protagonist. So in last winter 2020 and spring 2021, we were starting to develop this project, and we came across a really great site in Berlin that's called the Floating University site in Berlin Tempelhof. And often our projects start with a place or a site as a protagonist, and so also this time. And as you can see here, that's the Floating University site last winter, after the snow was melting. And this is a so-called rainwater collection bassin of the former airport Berlin-Tempelhof. So when it rains on the airport, the water is flowing through a kind of pipe into this bassin. And if it rains, it easily fills up full of water. And if it's not raining and the sun is shining, it can also easily look like a desert. So it's a kind of microclimate and kind of own ecosystem, yeah, with their own climate. And it's almost like a looking glass or a magnifier. And somehow it could be also like a role model for the whole world, if you could say like that. This is an image which has been taken later on in spring 2021. And as you can see here, there are some dwellings, and mostly this space is used as a research ground for alternative life forms, and also for workshops and methods to unlearn old skills and maybe relearn or learn new skills, which is a very important part of it. Yeah, this is when it rains, so I just show you some images of this wonderful area. When it rains, it can, almost looks like a Sintflut, because everything can be covered by the water, and it's almost sinking under the sea level. This is after the heavy rain. You can see some of these temporary dwellings. And this is the site where we wanted to start an artistic experiment. So our idea was, by temporarily inhabiting this area or this site, we would probably become part of it, and we could be more aware of its fragility. So this was the idea. And so we wanted to invite a group of other artists and performers and filmmakers and also environmental activists to think about and to discuss this topic, and also to develop our project. This is another image, and I want to talk a little bit about the narrative for our movie, for this climate fiction. The film that we actually were shooting later on is based on a story by a Japanese author, and his name is Toshiki Okada. And the story's name is Current Location. And Toshiki Okada is a friend of us, and he's an author and theater maker, and we already worked together in 2013 for the Aichi Triennial in Nagoya, which was 2 years after the nuclear catastrophe in Fukushima. And we were shooting or producing a video installation with the title I Live in Fear After March 11. And it was, we worked with people that left Fukushima, the area of Fukushima, and we watched together a film of Akira Kurosawa. It's also called I Live in Fear, Record of a Living Being. And it was about the time when there was atom bombings in the Bikini Atoll in the 50s, and all the radioactive clouds would flow over Japan. Many people left Japan, especially to Brazil, because they were afraid of the fallout, but the society thought they are very weak and they have too much anxiety, and somehow they became outsiders. And we watched the film with the people, refugees from Fukushima, and for them it felt like it's still the same situation, so society would still act the same way. And there was a big splitting in the society after the nuclear catastrophe in Fukushima. And also Toshiki Okada, whom you can see here on the right side, he was going with his family to the south and far away from Tokyo, where he lived before. And there he wrote this story, Current Location, about the anxiety and about the psychological state of mind in Japan. And the specialty of his story is that he never mentioned the terms radioactivity or nuclear, but instead of that he chose a metaphor for the threat, and this metaphor was a cloud. And we always liked this story very much because we thought this cloud as a metaphor, it's a very great idea, because if we would shift the story, this whole story of Current Location, into another context, the cloud would load up also with another content. So it's a very universal narrative, and we wanted to shift it towards the subject of climate crisis and use it in a completely different way, and rewrite the story somehow, or develop a new kind of story, and transfer the text to our subject with the climate change, and produce a movie, climate fiction, and embedded it in a video installation which also shows the process of the making. So this was the idea. Yeah, what you can see here is the floating university site in summer, in August 2021. It was very hot, so the water had gone, and there was a new vegetation, a grass field. And for the development of this project, we invited a group of artists, performers, and climate activists to inhabit the floating university site for about a week. And especially we invited artists that also worked about this subject in their own critical praxis. And many of them were also alumni of the UDK Art and Media department. Yeah, to start the filming, on the first day we offered 2 workshops. We invited one writer and choreographer, and the other one is an environmental activist. So the first workshop was given by Mira Hirz with the title "We Don't Live on the Same Planet," which was about Bruno Latour's fictional planetarium. And in role plays the participants, yeah, danke schön. Maybe this is better. 1, 2, 3. In role plays, the participants could explore the different positions about climate change in today's society, and like in the game theory, test out pro and contra perspectives. In his text, We Don't Seem to Live on the Same Planet, a fictional planetarium, the French philosopher Bruno Latour explains the importance of the ecological crisis for all areas of the political. Any decision would therefore be made in the gravitational field of the 7 planets: globalization, Anthropocene, exit, security, modernity, terrestrial, and vindication, which embody different perspectives on the current state of our Earth and mutually depend on each other. So these 7 planets usually serve as guidelines for our positioning. And I will show you an excerpt of this workshop, which was also documented. It's about 5 minutes.
My name is Mira. I'm a performance artist. I work a lot in mediation as well, so I do a lot of workshops like the one today. That is actually not coming from my idea, it's coming from Bruno Latour. He's a philosopher, and he worked on this idea of the fictional planetarium. So a planetarium that would have 7 planets. So these different planets are kind of manifesting the positions we would have towards climate change. And he says that there are so many different positions towards climate change that we do not live on Earth, actually, we live on different planets. What I want to do with you now is a bit of a game. And it works like that. It works that one of us can say, let's be a whatever you want to. So for example, let's be an astronaut suspended in space. Outer space. Oh yeah! However you imagine that to be like. Let's be an Autobahn. Oh yeah! Okay. So what he sums up a lot is actually saying that this climate crisis is something, or ecological crisis is something that is shaping everything, every political questions that we have, even though we might not feel that immediately. And I want to give you a bit of a very short summary of these planets, what they mean. So planet globalization, I'm going to take a peek at my notes, is mostly something that could be characterized by modernization. So by this idea that, especially speaking economically, there's endless growth. And everybody, literally everybody can live the American dream. But actually, we already live over the resources that we have. So here it's really clear that the land that we live on is not the same that we live from. And actually we live from more that we have. And then we have the planet Anthropocene. As you might know, Anthropocene is kind of the name for the time where people understood that this isn't working anymore, globalization. There's more understanding, but still not a lot of solutions here. Then we have the planet Exit. These are people believing very much in technology and saying, well, then let's just leave. Or if not, then let's build a bunker somewhere. This is very much in contrast. Where is it? Yeah. This is very much in contrast to globalization in that way, that here it's still about everybody can live the American dream. Here it's about saying, no way, it's just going to be a few of us, and it's going to be the one who have enough money to invest in that. Okay, so welcome back to this second part of the workshop. Now we're all wrapped in like warm clothes because it's kind of funny because, well, this is what we're talking about. So we're going to go in any weather.
Also great to have the circle because then also we scanning like our enemies.
Yeah, we are scanning
we are looking for
the environment in quite a tense way.
Yeah.
But should it be a slogan to
And
convince others?
I feel the tension.
We care about the materiality of the world. We don't care about technology. And our slogan is, I am enough! I am enough!
That's from the perspective of the globe. Like, it's not us speaking, it's the
planet.
The planet speaking.
Yes, and our planet is also speaking through our bodies. We are centered, grounded, and
yet flexible
and fluid.
Possession. Yeah.
That's your slogan.
Our process was very non-verbal. We thought about property somehow,
Yeah.
but possession is something that's more encompassing. The idea of security being something also that possesses you, and you want then to control, and you act only from this perspective.
Your planet, you want to convince the other planets that your planet is the best.
You should come and support me. I'm like trying to make an alliance. I think we fit very well together.
Yeah, I think maybe if you
We're the nature
come and
guys.
enter our
You don't understand
territory.
I mean, we can make
have
a
some
deal.
kind of alliance,
can
but
make
There is space for everyone.
As you could see, Mira's workshop was about turning theory into choreography. And this was just some very short excerpts. So later in the exhibition, you can see the longer version, which is about 40 minutes. And in real time, the workshop was about 3 hours, but we edited it a little bit. Okay. And it was during one morning, so the weather changed very strong. The second workshop was by Hannah Poddick, who is an environmental activist, as I said before, and it was about the intersection of art and activism, because especially today's artists tend to work more outside of the white cube and go into public space to get more new audiences and other communities other than this artist bubble or art scene bubble. So we want to get out, which is often not so easy. And eventually artists also get in conflict with law if they work like that, because also nowadays we never know if it's a private or public space, and also we want to cross borders, so it's a challenge. And so we invited Hannah Poddick for another workshop on the same day, and I will also show you some short excerpts of this workshop.
Welcome to our workshop on art and activism. My name is Hannah. I'm here to share some experiences with you, and I won't tell you how to do activism. I will tell you many possibilities how activism might look like, so that you can use it kind of as a toolbox. Make out of the things I tell you whatever fits best to what you want to do. So the first question is, do you personally want to change society with your personal activities?
I think for me it's rather a question about impact, like being conscious or like having an awareness about the impact that like everything you do has an impact on other people, on non-humans, on whatever. So being conscious about that, I guess you can then choose if you want to have like a, from your standpoint, positive impact or not.
Yeah, to oppose that, I think it's problematic. I don't like this mindset of being a change maker or like having an impact and like needing a purpose. So I think like just this narrative is something that I would oppose. That's why I'm in the no section. And this does not mean that I don't believe that my work or personal decisions have an effect on my social surrounding and so on, but I just don't like this. I don't think this, for me personally, this is not an interesting motivator, I think.
The second question is, does change in society require concepts which the people agree on in a majority? Does it require consensus in society, Or does it maybe require provocative actions which only a small group of people can agree on, like unconventional provocation?
The thing is, if you do a provocation that is too much out of, like, that people cannot relate, if it's too outside of the spectrum, no one will go there.
Sure, but
it doesn't pull.
Like, to me, it's like a stages of one process. Like, first there is a provocation, like as a initiator, as a trigger. Then it kind of leads to some kind of consensus that is accepted by majority, and then there is like a more
At least a
global
consensus in a smaller group, and that maybe then.
Consensus smaller?
No, consensus
It's like everyone kind of,
yeah.
It's like just.
But we don't need to think of consensus like of the whole planet.
Either if it's only a majority, there's no question, because, well, majority. And consensus, well, gonna take a while, but how did it start? It's always by a trigger. Look at any, any like big changes maybe about racism or feminism or whatever. It usually starts with a big, like a clash, something that's gonna make people react, like, oh, wait, what happened here? And then, okay, start thinking about it and going to this. Yeah.
So what we will do now is the practical part about being carried away in the way that the police might do it if you do a sit-in blockade. It's totally up to you how you want to do this role play now, but be aware that the stronger you stick together, the more it might hurt, because police will have to open this.
You just put this under the legs?
Yeah, and then you grab arm and sing, right?
Activist.
You also have to take this part, not
okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so these workshops were the starting point also for the protagonist, a little bit to get into the role and also to think about their own position and also the position of the role they would play later. So this was a kind of a series of like a game series, role plays to try out the pro and cons and also find your position. Now we are getting to the story of this climate fiction. So this is a still image of the movie, and the story is set on Earth in the near future in 2050, and we can see a group of protagonists. They are all artists and activists and also performers, and they live together in a kind of, let's say, artist in residence, art and activism camp for a temporary time, and they all have different visions about the future. And this is a camp for alternative life forms, of course. But they don't have all the same vision. Some of them tend to go for the terrestrial future, and others dream to leave Earth. Anxiety is taking hold of many of them in different forms and drives the narrative into extremes. The film is about 61 minutes, and later on you can see it in the film installation, and I show some short excerpts of about 5 minutes now.
Owen, do you know about the prophecy? You know, there is this prophecy that says that something awful is going to happen in the village. Like, all the village is going to be obliterated. Maybe, not just the village, maybe the whole world is going to be obliterated. The fact is that they said that before this is going to happen, a sign will appear. I mean, don't you think the cloud could be this sign?
I know about that rumor. My sister and I don't think there's any truth to it. I mean, there seem to be a lot of people who believe that fortune teller broadcasting that rumor around, but it's just really hard for me to believe.
But it really happened in the way that they described, you know, really in the same way. And we don't have much time till something awful really is going to happen.
Also, there are a lot of scientists and university professors who have said there is no truth to that rumor. That is just total nonsense.
Are you serious, no one? Are you serious? Tell me that there is a bit of doubt inside you at least. Tell me that you're just trying to cover up your doubts with this.
I can believe that you saw that cloud, okay? It's just very hard for me to believe that was some kind of bad omen.
Fuck. Told you nobody's going to believe me.
Okay, let's begin. I'm going to tell the story as if it was a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a planet called Earth. Little by little, it was torn apart. And towards the end, there was a civil unrest that may as well have destroyed the planet completely. Around that time, there were two sisters, just like Nolwenn and Anna-Halina. One was the younger sister, and one was the older sister. Those two sisters were very close to each other, like Nolwenn and Anna-Halina. But then, something changed. And this is the story we're about to tell now.
Hey, do you think it's crazy of me to think that we no longer can live on this planet?
I can only tell you what I think. The way we are living now is different from any kind of peaceful life that we have known before. We have major floodings, landslides, extreme weather, and more burning forests every summer. Sometimes we hear gunshots at our doorstep. It's not that I'm particularly courageous or daring, but I still don't want to leave.
I understand what you are saying, but I don't agree. Simply because I don't get attached. I think it's actually dangerous for us to live on this planet.
I can't imagine living on a planet where the sun and the gravity are not natural. But for you, to being so excited about this idea must mean that you had a hard time loving the life we are living here. My poor young sister.
I am very weak.
But you mustn't be weak. That will not be permitted. Do you know why? Anxiety will lead you down the wrong road. A lot of big mistakes were made in history. A lot of innocent people died because of that. If all killers were only violent people, born with the thirst of blood, then we wouldn't really have to worry. But if there were only people who had lost themselves to anxiety, then the same thing could happen to us. Anna, you mustn't let anxiety take a hold of yourself. You have to triumph and fight over anxiety. I'm always careful that my feelings aren't swayed by trickery, and that the cause of anxiety stays far away from me.
I wish I could ward off anxiety the way you do.
First of all, you have to calm down. Can you do that? You can't, can you? I'll show you how to relax. Close your eyes and listen to the sound of your own breath.
To be continued. Okay. Yeah, this is an image of the final installation as we showed it last November until February in the LWL Museum in Münster, who also co-commissioned this work. And yeah, you can see the main film on the right side on a big screen, and there's also 6 other screens. One is this Turning Cloud, 2 are the workshops. One is a film about life on Mars, which is a found footage compilation, and one is a video diary of one of the participants of this so-called artist camp. And the exhibition was named Nimmersatt, das Ende der Wachstumsgesellschaft, oder auf Englisch Nimmersatt, the end of a society of growth. And unfortunately it's already finished, but you can see the installation downstairs at the gallery in a slightly different setup today from 5:30 after the symposium, and also tomorrow, like Vanina said, from 11 to 6 o'clock, if you like. So at the end, I want to thank again everybody who participated in the realization of the project. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nina, for your presentation. Very much looking forward to see the installation downstairs as well, and maybe to discuss also with you tomorrow, and with Maroan, maybe, if he can make it. Our last speaker for today is Eiko Soga. Eiko is an artist and a PhD student at Oxford University. You are our third Oxford guest for today, and I'm very much looking forward to your talk and to watch your film tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a series of film programs. We will have the gallery open with Nina's installation and 3 different screening programs, about 1 hour each, with the artist present for a Q&A. So I really hope that we will see each other tomorrow as well. And Eiko tomorrow will present one of her latest, well, it's a 2020 film, right? That of your long-standing work with the Ainu community. Very wonderful. And yes, thank you very much for joining the talk today. The word goes to you.
Thank you for the introduction.
It's online, so you can just...
Okay, all right, thank you. Hello, just gonna sit down. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Eiko Soga. I'm so glad to be here today with you all. Okay, so as Vanina introduced me, I work as an artist and I'm currently completing a practice-led PhD at the Ruskin School of Art, University of Oxford. I work with video, photography, text, and installation. But today I would like to talk about idea of animistic gesture as ecological practices based on my experience learning Samani Ainu cooking in Hokkaido, Japan. I will explain about animism later in my presentation, but if you have any questions, please feel free to interrupt me. So this is a picture from my work in 2020 and 21. I worked and lived closely with an indigenous Ainu woman called Miss Kane Kumagai in Samani in Hokkaido, which is the north part of Japan, closer to Russia and Sakhalin Island. Miss Kumagai taught me how to cook traditional Ainu food. She is the last person to hold what people called genuine knowledge of Ainu culture in Samani. Ainu cooking is considered to be ecological and inclusive in terms of people and natural environment. I considered cooking as a site for art to exchange empathy, spirit, mutual effort, insight into local eco-diversity, and lived knowledges. I have explored how the practice of art can carefully reach towards unfolding, embodying, and sharing stories of ecological living in the modern human world. I focus on the idea of felt knowledge to ecologize art practice and understanding of the Ainu culture. I am Japanese and spent more than half of my life in the UK. I have been seeking to think about ecology with the Ainu community and also to unlearn my social norms and move away from the values that are shaped by imperialistic, patriarchal, and capitalistic social norms. Some of you might know already, but please let me introduce you briefly about the Ainu. There are indigenous people in the northern part of Japan and Sakhalin Island of Russia, as mentioned already. They had their own language and culture that were different from the Japanese. The crucial aspect of the Ainu values is that the belief that all things in the world have spirits. So they had many different ritualistic gestures to express their sense of gratitude towards the objects, animals, plants, and landscape they live amongst. But the Japanese colonized Hokkaido at the end of the 19th century, and these values have been marginalized. And this was the picture of the Ainu community in Samani, practicing their traditional dance routines. The traditional method of Ainu cooking involved hunting, fishing, foraging, and natural phenomena had significant impact on human life. I was often in the mountain or by the sea foraging with Miss Kumagai. So the subtle changes in nature were taken as indicator of our everyday. She was showing me her skills and knowledge. She taught me how to build reciprocal relationships with non-human beings. For example, how much of plants you can take and how much to leave for the earth and other animals. So now I like to share how I went about such sensory and oral communication-based experience, understanding the way of living and working through a symbiotic relationship with non-human beings. There were mainly three methods that I valued. Iroka, meaning color and scent in Japanese. Iroka actually means color and smell, but something that a color and smell that seduce you to the point you can get lost. So in a way, I felt I was seduced by the Iroka of Miss Kumagai and Samani, and I got really deeply engaged with the community to the point I felt, why am I here? I really immersed myself in the environment. So the second point was the sensory communication and compassion with complexities. When I first visited Samani, I smelled an intense and unusual scent of the sea and seaweed, as though my face was hit by the smell. As an anthropologist, Anna Singh, in her book titled The Mushrooms at the End of the World, she said, "It is difficult to put much about smell into words, even when our reactions are strong and certain." This was true, and because of the strong reaction and a sense of being certain through my bodily understanding, the smell became a point of question and the ally of my research process. In the beginning of my stay in Samani, I told some people how I thought the smell of the sea was quite different from other beaches that I knew. But the locals said, "Oh, really? This is our norm, so we don't really notice." This kind of conversation was often followed being given local knowledge. The locals would teach me the unique geography and richness of kelp in the area. Then often the conversation extended to some local gossips. And those gossips were really played important role in my research because they became a gateway into historical knowledge and lived experiences that haven't been documented. My research process involved accumulation of subtle conversations as an exchange of knowledge and a way of building friendships. Another important aspect of scent study involves different linguistic approaches towards the experience of it. In English, scent is something to smell, but in Ainu culture, scent is something to listen to, sensing and hearing what scent tells. Also, Ainu people speak in Japanese now. Miss Kumagai was often listening to non-human beings, showing them the gesture of respect. Making a linguistic shift from to smell to listen suggests an attitude not just about the work of the nose or passive experience. One has to reach out or be actively involved in order to respect the cause of the smell as intentional beings and agency. In order to address appreciation towards things around her, Ms. Kumagai spoke to objects, species, space as if she was speaking to friends in good faith. She often told of sermon time to time. This was one of the most important aspects of my experience working with her, which extended to understanding the value of knowing when something is good. During the winter, there wasn't much to do in terms of cooking because we couldn't find natural resources due to extreme cold weather of Hokkaido. I was learning how to make an Ainu kimono. When I asked Miss Kumagai what makes an Ainu kimono good, she replied, "I believe that there's no right way to go about making an Ainu kimono, but if you hang the kimono up and stand a little distance from it, a good kimono will start dancing." Lately, many people make kimonos in a strict, neat way, but I think that everyone got different hands, so that's why each kimono is unique. Such comment kind of was the same when we were cooking. She always said that there's no recipe in Ainu cooking. You just have to know what's good through looking at the color, smell, touch, and taste. An idea of good is created by listening to what each hand tells us, meeting with the knowledge held in one's own body, while emotion was also an important factor. At the core of such perception, the reciprocal sense of aliveness among human and non-human beings is crucial. As I said earlier, because I'm Japanese and in order to engage with Ainu culture through Ms. Kumagai, it was really important for me to constantly question my possible biases and romanticization of the Ainu culture. As a filmmaker, Trinity Minha pointed out in her ethnographic film Reassemblage from Firelight to the Screen, made in Senegal in 1982, she warns that we need to watch out for our habit of imposing meanings to every single sign. When I could not understand where Ms. Kumagai's gesture of speaking to non-human beings came from, I was tempted to see them as part of the Ainu culture, However, she could not even tell me where or how she started doing this. There were many things that did not fit into a pattern of cultural characteristics. That said, my connection with Miss Kumagai raised the question about how an Ainu and a Japanese could build a relationship when we paid attention to our historical and cultural backgrounds. As many Ainu people and their descendants continue to face discrimination. How can those who brought up in and conditioned by culture dependent on the written word understand the worldview of indigenous people like the Ainu, who were traditionally centered on oral communication until they were forced to learn Japanese? I had been questioning the social norms of countries that are considered developed and their idea of civilization and progress. In order to tackle such questions, focusing on cooking through sensory experience was particularly helpful for me. A mutual understanding when the food tasted and smelled good was easily agreeable, and I didn't need to be an Ainu to know it. Miss Kumagai always made sure to share the food we cooked with the community. Eating food together as a mutual space, we could bring people with different backgrounds together. Practicing inclusivity became accessible through the shared sense of joy. This is not to dismiss the colonial past of Japan and ongoing discrimination against the Ainu people, but it helped us to think about contemporary issues together. Finally, I would like to share how I came to the idea of animistic gesture as ecological practices. Briefly, animism can mean the kind of cosmos where animals, plants, things, and spirits all exist as autonomous entities with intention and agency. This image shows a story in which abandoned tools were planning their revenge on humans. It's a Japanese story from the 10th century. The Ainu and Japanese cultures are different, but broadly they shared similar approaches to the idea of animism. I mentioned earlier about Ainu's belief in spiritual presence, but the Ainu culture has a belief, something called kamui, often translated as God, or spiritual beings include animals, plants, the weather, and even human tools, which are equal to humans. Ainu people used to believe that the pursuit of happiness in human life was to develop reciprocal relationships with this range of spirit. Sorry, I just wanted to check if that's me. So the Japanese were also aware that it was not good to make tools angry. These ideas extended my understanding of the more than human world to include presence of both tangible and invisible things. Miss Kumagai's eye knowledge and cooking skills, as well as remaining natural species in Samani, are facing a critical moment. Through my work in Samani, it has become clear to me that how the top-down totalizing approaches and systematization, capitalistic and patriarchal societies overlook the nuances and changeable nature of the ecology of both the human world and that of the non-human species. I came to believe in more region-specific responses to nature, for equal work between knowledge holders of different backgrounds, removing the hierarchies between people, knowledge and practice. The knowledge and understanding of how local ecology works requires a diverse range of people, including indigenous elders, hunters, and people such as conservationists and scientists who work at the forefront of nature. But in the case of Sani, housewives were also very important, people to understand the ecology of nature. We need to make, so we need to make friends with those diverse range of people, non-human species, objects, and space. You're seeing the image of Miss Kumagai talking to seagulls and seashells as they are her friends. But what I mean by friend is a reciprocal relationship that brings positive experiences into your life, but acknowledging that it also brings a possibility of distraction, conflict, and difficulties. The word animism holds the everyday gesture of vast range of cultures across different regions and continents, including the Ainu and Japanese. This is my early thoughts, but I would like to consider using the word animism in contemporary society to normalize the act of slowing down, being active, appreciating diversity, and showing respect for non-human species and invisible forces. To end this talk, I open for consideration a new way of living among and showing gesture of appreciation towards non-human beings as intentional subjects, as an essential part of ecological practices in contemporary society. I'd like to end with the image of the video work called Autumn Sermon, which I made between 2015 and 19. Although it says 2017 in this image because it's a 2017 version, and I keep editing the film, so I have many different versions. So in Ainu culture, Samoa used to serve key economic, religious, and spiritual roles. In this video, you will see a text that I wrote about Ainu social phenomena centered on salmon. This research-based practice allowed me to explore a wider understanding of Ainu culture, for example, fishing, cooking, politics, economics, ecology, crafts, gossips, folklore, and difference between Ainu community in other regions. It was a process in part of unlearning my social norm and learning about how Japan's colonization impacted the Ainu people and their environment. I just want to see if we might have a bit of time to show a clip of this video. Do we have time? Okay. Let me see if I, oh, sorry, that's wrong. Can I ask you to help me with, one moment, please. So, thank you, Vivi. So the last image you show, you can see the whole video on this website. Yes, it's called the Oxford Artistic and Practice-Based Research Platform. And first half of the video is a bit bloody, so I'm going to skip it because some people may not like that. you get a sense of what this video looks like. Going to skip the video, but you can see how if it will show you. Yeah, eventually I made a shoe out of salmon skin that I learned from the Ainu community, but whole video shows how I went about kind of embodying the narrative of people's lived experience, Ainu people's lived experiences and memories through attempt of making salmon shoe. So yeah, I hope you get to watch the video online later on. And tomorrow I will be showing a video work called Ainu Hunter Monchan, which is about my Ainu hunter friend. He's kind of trying to balance between his life as an Ainu in contemporary society, sustaining traditional skill set as a hunter, but also showing the concerns that when there's a conversation about environment and ecology, indigenous values are often marginalized. So yeah, I hope you come back for the video tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eiko. I think you can stay here with us, so we call as well Amanda, and we can start opening up the conversation. And Nina. Thank you very much for this very interesting panels. Somehow very manifold, lots of ideas that we have to take in since this morning, and I hope you're not too tired to continue this conversation. Maybe we can pick, I would like to ask you directly a question that of course is asked also to you too, but maybe more directed to what you have just said about gratitude. The idea of cooking, not just as eating, not just as an extractive practice of eating and producing or overproducing meat or fish, but really engaging in this inevitable exchange, because it is an inevitable exchange, we have to eat something, and that this exchange, that having gratitude in this exchange is really an ecological way to engage with the non-human and with our own existence on this planet. In particular, your talk made me think a lot about how salmon is actually grown in aquacultures in Western societies, especially, well, actually now I think it's on a global level, on a global scale, but the two biggest exporters are Chile and Norway. Actually, Norway's second biggest market is salmon export, and the paradox in Norway is that packaging the salmon is so expensive in Norway that they ship the salmon to mostly China or South Asia as well, and to be packaged and then to be shipped back to Europe in order to be distributed to other countries, right? And within this paradox, we really understand the kind of necrotrophic system that our attitude toward the creation of the overproduction of fish in this case has created, and how this is detrimental to the environment and to ourselves as well in the end. So yes, I'm very happy that you brought this into the discussion, and I wanted to ask you, what was your experience working with them regarding these situations of exchange and engagement to gratitude in the act of eating?
Yes, sense of gratitude was really important, because the Ainu community I was working with, the sense that we are taking life of whether it's plants, animals, was so immediate experience in the environment, especially in Sani. So when I was foraging, we were taking plants. When we were taking, plants, I could see how, it caused panic to insects, for example, and I could not be grateful, because those plants were so tasty, nourished me, and gave me energy to live and have a sense of joy with Miss Kumagai. And so yeah, I feel like she really taught me how to not be grateful, but how to show it to the plants by having communication, like sitting next to the plants before, taking them. And so it was such a slow process. But in relation to, so the slow process was really important. We live in such fast-paced society. We don't have time to be grateful to even friends enough, and I learned how being grateful takes time. And another thing I wanted to share about salmon is that the Ainu fisherman told me that traditionally there was a story that if you see a salmon in the river, the first fish goes to bear, and the second one is for a human, third one is for a fox, fourth one is for a human again, fifth one was for owls. So, these stories really taught people to appreciate their living environment and how other animals do need fish too.
Would you like to comment on this or adding something?
I have a question to Amanda in relation to a sense of gratitude. Like historically, how were they shown in practice? The time you were historical time you were showing earlier.
Well, I think that the gratitude is often expressed to God in medieval Christian societies rather than to the thing that you've taken. I don't know enough about it, but harvest festivals, which of course still go on in different forms, is, again, I think where the gratitude is directed might not actually necessarily be at the plant. And the other thing about a lot of monocropped agriculture is the plants aren't perennial. They're not there anymore when you've taken them. You have to reseed them from scratch each year. And I don't know whether it makes a difference if you're eating from plants that continue and you take a part of the plant or a fruit of the plant, and whether that would enable a slightly less disposable sense of the plant. But I think it's interesting to consider where the gratitude is directed, even if culturally you feel you're being grateful for the privilege of having food or for the privilege of living in a wealthy country where you're not afraid of starving, or some people in the society are not afraid of starving. But exactly to whom you're grateful and how we would bring in the plants and the animals who you never even see. By the time the food comes to us, it's so far from. How would you thank the planters far away, maybe in the southern hemisphere, if you're in, So that might be another way of coming back to Earth, actually.
It's very interesting what you said about this removal that we have in capitalist societies or capitalist thinking, that we are so removed from the act of killing that the gratitude is nevertheless something that is very abstract, maybe. The moment you go to the supermarket and buy a piece of meat that is wrapped in plastic is how much of the act of killing and of the engaging in this violent confrontation is remaining, right? Not much. But the film that you will show tomorrow, for example, shows a different type of hunting, a hunting that is in which the hunter himself is saying, I do this, but I do this because I have to, and with deep gratitude for the animal. And what you were saying before as well, it's very important how many plants I can take, how many animals can I kill in order for this ecology, for this ecosystem to remain balanced and to be able to renew itself without being destroyed completely. Yeah, I think this is very interesting and brings us back to what activism can do today. How can we engage into this, or what does it? How can we really bring all these ideas and this theory that we have exposed today to some sort of practice? Some of us believe more in an individual act. So, in what kind of renounces in ideas? What can you do in your daily life, practically, to disentangle yourself from this fast-paced, profit-generating practices? Other things that it's better to organize collectively as well. Mostly, I think it's both. It's really, we both have to somehow engage, change something into our life, and also generating some collective work toward awareness, the generation of awareness. And this is what you have explored very much in your film, Nina. How was the process of engaging this group of people in thinking about society? What do they make of activism, and how was it for you as well?
Yeah, there's different subjects I want to talk about, also about this gratitude. I was also thinking gratitude in my case in that filmmaking, because we were filming in this kind of mini ecosystem, micro ecosystem at the floating. And there was also kind of gratitude that we can film and stay outside. We're not inside, and it was also because of Corona, and it was also because of sustainable filmmaking. So we wanted to realize the project within our own city in Berlin, so everybody could come by bicycle maybe, and it's just more convenient. And we had there was one moment I was just remembering, filming in the weeds, because actually we were not really allowed to go into this weed because there's only this little soil, but there was a little part where we could enter. And then in one scene, one of the actors who was angry about somebody else who was leaving, he became suddenly projecting his anger against that weed, and also he was pulling out one of the weeds with the roots. And we were stopping the filming, and we said that's too much. And there was this moment when I thought, for the movie, it's good if it's dramatic, but somehow we don't want him to tear out the weeds with the root, because we have to be careful about this environment, and also we're filming in this environment, and it's all about this ecosystem. So there's always this two sides, you know, this ambiguity or ambivalence, which is very exciting also if you're filming there.
And in your film, I don't want to spoil it because you're going to show it tomorrow, and people are going to see it also after this talk at the gallery. But there is a real division, let's say, between those who want to stay and work for a better, for an improvement of the situation, and those who just want to leave planet Earth and go to space, which is something that you were also bringing into the conversation. And I wasn't expecting you bringing this topic into the conversation. I was very happy to see the connection between these two. Because actually, what I wanted to ask you also is, today this idea of space exploration and reaching the stars is not only a metaphor; it's kind of becoming a sort of our future, and it's also so much linked to this elite and this colonization. Also, even in the wording that we use, we are like colonizing other planets, and we are most probably bringing to these other planets the same systemic violence that we are creating here on this planet. It looks really like simply an expansion of these practices beyond the limits of the Earth. And I wanted to ask you how do you see this? Also, in connection to, you were mentioning also Jeff Bezos, you were mentioning Elon Musk. I wanted to add also Zuckerberg and the metaverse, because in a way it feels like the elite is planning an escape from this planet that can take several forms. One is the form of really tangibly, physically leaving the planet. The other one is just removal from the offline situation and dive into an online world that is better than the one that we have destroyed here.
Yeah, maybe you first.
I think I have lots of different thoughts about this all colliding, but I think I sometimes wonder about whether it's more a rhetoric than anything practical. And there are many stories about terraforming Mars, and as you say, we would bring our own things and destroy what's there. And I'm thinking of an article that was published a couple of years ago. I don't know whether people have come across that looked at the great dying in the Americas, and argued that there had been a lot of agriculture in the Americas before Europeans arrived, and the death rate of indigenous people was so high, about 95%, that there was actually secondary regrowth of forest, and this was so extensive that it pulled down so much carbon that it produced the Little Ice Age, which it's kind of a shocking idea, and yet it was incredibly well evidenced. I don't quite know where people have got to with the hypothesis, but I mean, in a sense, it would be that you would transform an environment so that much by, I mean, I know that this is a new world that was on our planet, but in a sense, the idea of finding a new world and changing it so that it's our world it's maybe not entirely different from how you might imagine taking another planet and inhabiting it. But I wonder whether there's a kind of rhetoric to it that it's a rhetoric of irresponsibility and disengagement, and that's why I want to connect it with this sort of idea of, I'm not particularly talking about contemporary Christianity, but as a sort of cultural idea where you leave the planet in the end, and the planet doesn't really matter because it's your moral journey that matters, and your proper respect to the creation of things. And so this, I don't even know whether people like Jeff Bezos think they're going to Mars. They can't seriously think they're going to go and live on Mars. But perhaps the fact that they're saying it is a way that to avoid taking environmental action, a way to avoid radically transforming capitalism and redistributing their ludicrous fortunes in ways that would actually save this Earth. And I think enough people think, oh, I would go to Mars with Jeff Bezos, that it doesn't matter. You know, they too can abandon. So people's imagination clusters around these men who you know, these powerful, rich white men who are going to go and make a new world. And people forget that they would be the ones left behind. I mean, we never imagine being the one left behind. Every disaster film, you know, you're one of the kind of handful of sort of 3 people who escape the kind of burning whatever it is. You don't imagine yourself kind of amongst the corpses at the bottom of the sinking boat. And I just wonder whether these habits of imagination are connected.
Yeah, I think so too. It's very powerful, speculative storytelling, of course, and it works quite well. But for us, it was kind of part of this exit strategy also. And on the other hand, there's the terrestrians, so people that want to stay here, but of course it's all images, right? It's all like to find your way to position yourself, because there is this big split in the community, I think. And I like the idea when I was reading this terrestrial manifest of Bruno Latour, that we have to find new directions, that today it's more about either being terrestrian or loving this idea of the exit strategy, the extraterrestrial, rather than thinking in left and right and global and local, because it's a very new mindset, and we are still very much rooted in this global local thing. That global means progress. It goes towards the future, and local somehow seems to be backwards, and then this left and right, and it's always something opposite, but it never really goes into this right direction to do something or to take some action in this age of climate crisis. So yeah, it was really inspiring for me, and also maybe for our work with the movie.
Eiko, I know that this is not part of your talk, but I'm very curious to ask you, how is the space exploration idea felt in Japan, or is there anything that you can comment on this from your perspective?
Well, as you mentioned, I'm not an expert of this area, but I am a big fan of physics, and I used to visit a place called JAXA, which is like space research center in Japan. But when it comes to thinking about going to the space or living on another planet, I think about the wastes. There are so many wastes floating in the space, and we have so much waste in the sea or in the mountain. And then I think about, can we just clean our planet first and the space, then think about going to another planet. So yeah, that's as far as I can go with this topic.
It's a very good comment, because paradoxically we have created so much trash in outer space that now this is it's also becoming a problem for space travel. So we have not only polluted our planet, we have also polluted outer space already, and this looks like a trend that we will just continue. But in relation to your film, in this splitted community of people who leave and people who want to stay, if I may make a small spoiler, just to pursue the conversation, is I loved that you take this hopeful stand and you took a risk in a way, because you said in your film, you argue that in your community, in the community of this town, a majority of people decides to stay, in the sense that the spaceship is not as full as we are seeing in all the movies. We are the ones left behind, it's true, because there is no place to escape. But in your film, somehow you decided to take a different position and to show what would happen if people would decide to stay instead of just flying away. And I love this also because what happened a few years ago, when there was an open call of Mars 1 was the project, maybe you know it because you also did some research on that in that end. Mars 1 was this project for colonizing Mars, and they really asked the applicants who wanted to go to Mars and stay to Mars, because you need something like 8 months to reach the planet with the current technologies that we have, which we don't, but we could create. And after you're on the planet, you have to build up all this structure, so you would die on Mars. And there were more than 100,000 applications of people who wanted to leave the planet. And it was a massive amount of people applying for something like this, to go to die on another planet where really nothing is there, not even food. So in your film, you decided to highlight a different perspective. And how was the process? Why did you decide that?
Maybe because I would also rather go and live with the Ainu in the nature than to go to Mars. And that's maybe why this is my standpoint. So I'm with the ones who stay here and would rather become activists or fight instead of just leaving to go to Mars.
It's very good. We need more of these voices, for sure. Maybe we want to open up the conversation to everyone. You have heard so many inputs today. I hope you're not too tired. But if there is any of you who wants to make some comments or ask some questions.
Thank you, everyone, for this inputs that were so inspiring, and also from the morning. I have 2 questions, and one is to Amanda first, and then the second one is to all of you. And the first one is about looking at the medieval ages, that from the Renaissance perspective of enlightenment is thought as the Dark Ages. And this is also the main problem, maybe, how we look at our problems of climate change today, that we have this science perspective and lost the connection. And I wonder how you see it, if we would look or have new stories of the medieval ages, if this would be a kind of profit our discourse today on the Anthropocene. And the second question is on rituals, the role of rituals, that maybe rituals can help to tell the stories, not only the speculative storytelling, but embedded as a practice, not only artistic practice, but a practice of every day. Thank you.
Well, one of my kind of pet provocations is to suggest that the Enlightenment is a bit of a fantasy, and that perhaps, although stories took a slightly different form or might have changed their superficialities, it's perhaps the case that things, so the sort of important, crucial ways of looking at things haven't actually changed so much. And the idea of the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages and there having been an Enlightenment afterwards it's a sort of masking process, if anything. I mean, one of the things about the missionaries that I was talking about in the context of the harvest is they also talk about enlightenment. They use that word, and they use the word enlightenment to describe what they're doing to the pagan people. So the pagan people live in darkness, moral darkness, but also other kinds of darkness, and they link it to them having kind of cold, barren lands in the north, and you know, in every possible respect requiring enlightenment, same word. And in a sense, to enlighten someone, it's a very worrying and problematic thing to do to a person, to come along with your knowledge and enlighten them, and in the process. And I think one of the instructive things about the Middle Ages, the treatment of whatever it was that was described as pagan, we don't even know what it was really, because there's very little trace of it, and the archaeological approaches are quite ambiguous. But the sense of destroying that knowledge so completely that we don't know how indigenous Europeans lived in their environments. Even though we are indigenous Europeans, there's a way of kind of knowing that's based on I mean, I don't want to make it all about Christianity, but on a sort of set of governing imperial practices that were Christian and were Roman and were other things at the same time. But it wasn't how you lived in a forest, say in Saxony or a coastal salt marsh in Frisia. So in a way, this sort of seems a bit remote and a bit irrelevant and maybe a bit sort of arcane and specialist, but I think these are the roots of the modern condition, and I think that there's a great tendency to assume that everything's modern. So partly that there's a rupture, so what's happening with climate change is just new and doesn't fit, and we can't therefore understand it or inhabit it. So I want to show that the ideas and the ways of thinking are so far rooted back. There's a lot of talk about decolonizing universities, decolonizing minds, but to decolonize you would have to go back 3 or 4 millennia, I think. And even knowing that, I think, is helpful. I don't want to talk too long. You quote a pet thing of mine. But I suppose it's that, and sorry, just one other very quick thing. I think that the way in which most of us, and perhaps even more so people in the global south, are exploited by the system of capitalism, either exploited as consumers, but more often exploited as workers, and the very sharp inequalities that we've sort of enshrined in our system, and people feel they must defend them. And yet if we can expose them in other periods where they look strange and different, so if we think about a medieval peasant, a medieval serf, a medieval slave, we can see what their condition is, but somehow our condition is confused by consumerism and shiny objects and makeup and whatever it is. So in a sense, to see the same things more starkly put in the past, I think, is helpful.
Thanks for your question. In response to the practice of everyday, as a Japanese person, I grew up saying a word, itadakimasu. I don't know if anyone heard this phrase before, but we say itadakimasu before starting a meal. It means it's a word suggesting like respect towards a person who cooked the meal and respect to the ingredients that you're about to eat. And I said that like 3 times there at least. But working with the Ainu community, the word itadakimasu extended to meaning I acknowledge I'm taking the life of plants or animals, which made huge difference to me, because every time I eat, I know I can live because of other living species. I feel like just one word changed my behavior in the way I cook, where I buy food. It's so hard to be perfect, but I became way more mindful. So yeah, I like to start by somewhere small to actually live more ecologically. And in terms of storytelling, when I was in Hokkaido, I worked with people who are around 80 years old. So often, they repeat same stories and they forget things, but it was really interesting to me because they repeat things, certain stories. I really embodied their lived experiences without making like notes or making documentation. My body became a tool to document the stories, and some knowledge really became, I feel like, more mine. It's like I became an archive. So I thought that was kind of storytelling that I haven't thought about before. Have you got something to?
Yeah, maybe I add something when we're in Japan. So I have to lay this down because I wanted to show that with itadakimasu there comes this little bow before you eat, which is almost like a prayer, which I also like very much because it's this one word, but it's also this gesture, and yes, which is very nice. And I've also lived for 3 years in Japan, and when thinking about rituals, I also remembered, also in relation to food, that whenever you go and eat something, because there's various seafood and also a lot of different things to eat and kinds to prepare. So whenever somebody brings the food, first they would tell you what it is and where it comes from and how it is prepared, and everybody would listen and also would look at the one who brings the food. And this is also a moment of gratefulness, and it's something that we don't have here. So in a restaurant, I feel sometimes very rude because people bring the food and then still others on the table are continuing talking and not even looking at the person bringing the food, and there's not the story about the food, it's just food. And this is something with this gratefulness that you said, and also with these rituals, that really also helps us to be more aware of this other perspective in many different occasions, right? And also finding rituals of your daily life, for example, to go more back to the nature or repeat things that are good for your body or also for your artistic practice. So it's something, also an image that we can take with us today, I think.
There is a question by Simon.
First, just to say thanks for all the presentations. I've really enjoyed them. I had a question for Amanda. The Capitalocene was mentioned earlier. I really enjoyed your presentation and found it sort of very persuasive of a sort of attitude of extraction of surplus dating back from the Assyrians through the Middle Ages and ending with Jeff Bezos. But I just wondered what you think of the term Capitalocene, given that you trace it further back than capital.
I think if you haven't got a medievalist there to start you thinking about why it should be earlier, it's a really important reminder of where it's coming from. I mean, it's possible that capitalism, I'm not saying this in a very precise sense, but in a kind of very broad sense, is a efficient system for producing surpluses, for making profits, although profit making itself is not a new problem. One of the ambivalences I felt in putting it together in this way is because in saying similar things were happening in ancient China or similar things were happening in the ancient Middle East, and Europe in a way comes a little bit later with this. I certainly don't want to in any way remove the weight of what the European export of these ideas, to put it in a rather cleaned up sort of way, did. And there's unless you're sort of careful and thoughtful about how you put it, there is a risk of saying, of creating a story about this that enables people to not see European responsibility, not see the Capitalocene, and the kind of formulation of racial Capitalocene, which is another way of connecting this, so that it's not just capitalism and it's not just racism, but it's a kind of particularly pungent intersection of those two features in modernity. So I feel like there are so many useful concepts, actually, if we can work deftly amongst them.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks a lot for this beautiful presentations. So I want to come back to the question of rituals. And Aiko already touched a bit what I wanted to ask. So I'm curious if, like all of you, if you have, and what kind of rituals you have personally in your life that respond to these topics that we talk about today. That would be the first one. And then the second one, like the ritual that was just mentioned, it comes from the Japanese like traditions, and it's very much connected to like the land and to way of growing up. So I would be curious if, for For example, Nina, you have any ritual coming from German culture, then you, Vanina, from Italian culture that you personally could relate and resonate with, and Amanda, you come from Australia, so from the way how you were raised. Yeah, if you have like one personal ritual that is not related to anything, and then another one ritual that is connected to where you come from that you resonate with. Thanks.
No one wants to start because it's a very difficult question, but I like very much the question. Thank you very much, Marina. So I will start. You are very much relating the question of ritual to our country, to the country of origin of each one of us, so to say. And my first reaction to this would be, I really don't feel identified with the country, at least in my culture, except, well, of course I have an accent, but I do not feel completely identified with the culture I come from. I have been living outside of Italy for over 20 years, so it's just difficult for me to think of these rituals as connected to the place where I come from. I would say I would like to think of the rituals more in general terms as a human on planet Earth. So just starting from this, and not just any planet Earth, but a sort of very privileged part of this planet and very privileged segment of society, which is a hyper techno-capitalist society that lives in a situation of abundance, right? Complete abundance, and also a sort of indulgence into pleasures. So my personal ritual throughout the years has been a ritual of removal of myself from this very easy access to pleasures and to abundance. Giving up, for example, as much as I can to even public transport, using the bike everywhere, changing my habits, my nutritional habits. I am now vegan, but I just don't want to say this as this should be done by everyone. It's not. It's just the way is my personal ritual to engage with these topics, and it was really very much rooted for me when I was younger in this traumatic encounter at the supermarket with packaged meat that would come wrapped in plastic and that would remove or distance you as a person buying this from the act of engaging in killing the animals. So somehow this was for me and then when I lived also in Latin America, since we are bringing back these rituals of in Latin America, the Mapuche, or also other indigenous cultures, they have these rituals of the Pachamama, right? Valentina is also here, she can confirm. And the Pachamama is exactly also this. You, as an indigenous person, you do not extract more than what you need, and every time that you eat something, that you introduce something into your body, you also give back to the earth, symbolically, in this sort of grateful exchange from what you are taking from the land. And all of this, I have found it throughout the years extremely inspiring. And these are exactly the alternative narratives for the future that we wanted to bring into the discussion today, that in our opinion can be very useful to think a different future, right? That is rooted into other values and hopefully also another ethic.
Okay. For me, it's quite similar to Vanina. I haven't lived in Japan for more than 20 years, so I don't feel that Japanese anymore. So I have the new ritual that relates to what Lily was saying this morning. Before I point my camera at non-human beings, I take a moment to think with their mind if I film them. Of course, I can't ask them in human language and get an answer, but it feels really important for me to not quickly, not rush into filming something because it looks interesting. I would try imagining if I was filming like a deer, for example, would they mind if I filmed them? So that's my new ritual.
Me? Okay, I was thinking about rituals.
because you said from the countries where you come from. So I have also lived in many places, but somehow I'm from the north of Germany, from the coast, and one of the rituals is always when I come back to my hometown, which is called Emden. The first thing I have to go to the seaside and to see the North Sea, and I really like it a lot. And when I'm there, I'm just watching the horizon and I'm watching the birds, and I still try to remember if I still know all the names of the birds. And if there is one species that I don't know, then I'm worried that I forgot something. So that's very important for me. That's something I do very often as I can, which is not very often. But if I travel somewhere else, I also really like to go to the seaside. So I need this openness, also openness for my mind, and to think about new ideas, and really to refresh. That's something about me, what I like. And but about this more sustainable lifestyle, maybe I have also a long story, because I grew up in the 80s already with the anti-nuclear movement, and I've always been among the groups that went for demonstrations, and I've always tried to care more for the nature and to live more sustainable. So I really like also riding my bike. When I come from Emden, which is near Holland, so also everybody likes to ride the bike, and I continue to do this in Berlin, even through winter. And I also try not to waste and to buy too much. I try to buy as little as I can, and if I can't wear the clothes anymore, it has to be brought to the flea market also. I cannot just put it in a Humana box. That's impossible for me. Sometimes it's really a burden, but I really like that also. And what more? So since a few years I try not to fly anymore, at least if we go into vacation with our family to go south to Italy, we always take the train. We often use the night train, and there's lots of different efforts, but I always think we have to do more. So we also eat from ecological agriculture, and we look that we can get some food where we know where it comes from, and eat almost no meat. But still, I mean, we are just individuals. And some people say it doesn't matter if it's only you or only one or two that do something, but I think it's kind of swarm. So we have to start in the little, and then it grows somehow. So for me, it's very important to start changing things and do more and more. It's good for me, and I hope for the environment.
I feel as if we're almost now talking about an ethics of how to live rather than a ritual of how to live. Well, also, I grew up in Australia, and I've lived for a long time in the UK, and in the kind of particularly artificial environment of Oxford just in the last few years. And of course, in this time I've encountered many different rituals, I suppose, but in a way it's a sort of... I have felt like a sort of death of rituals, as if they don't mean anything anymore. And I suppose this is partly what Nayani's said in some of her work, that the Anthropocene is just a shift away from everything. And so perhaps in a sense there's a searching for either new rituals or making a slightly different meaning around old rituals, or kind of picking up rituals that seem important and adopting them yourself. I'm now thinking I should be talking to the plants in my garden before I cut leaves off to eat. It had never occurred to me before. And in a sense, it's that absence of ritual which is a bit shocking to me now. Something that's happened in Australia since I left, and you've probably all heard people do it, because I think it's also happening more in North America, acknowledging the indigenous either current or past owners of the land. And in Australia, there's a particular formulation which is acknowledged that sovereignty was never ceded. And so in a sense saying it's not my land, yet here I am. And I just want to acknowledge that. But someone who I heard doing this recently then started to reflect on the fact that actually she did have a deed of ownership in her house. So in a sense, she did own the land. It didn't matter whether sovereignty hadn't been ceded or not, it had been taken. And so the question even then became this ritual, which is an attempt to say all sorts of really important things almost is a problem in itself. So how do you get these things right? And as a descendant of people who took and settled Australia, I feel very displaced in the world, and the more I think about it, the more I feel it's sort of, so I should, where should I belong? I don't know, and I don't know whether an ethics of grounding can make amends. I don't know, it sort of feels unamendable somehow. I don't know if that, I think I might have wandered from the question a bit, but
I think it's very good that you make this observation of the fact that we have moved away from the ritual and started talking about the ethics, because actually the reason is that probably we don't have rituals in the ritualistic sense, especially in a post-religious society. I would say the rituals that we in our Berlin-based society that we are doing, or the ones I can think of, are either illegal or appropriation, or they have to do with appropriation. This is also why I wanted to pick up on this lack of rituals to go back to this question. Some of the rituals that some of us do, or that I've referred to today, are not of our culture, of Western cultures, but they take more inspiration in indigenous epistemologies, right? And we don't have anybody, none of us is indigenous here on this table. So this brings me to the question of appropriation, and how can we somehow express interest and research these practices, which we all do, without engaging in this appropriation that feels in a way like a continuation of a colonizing attitude, right? Extraction of knowledge to do work without leaving instead the voices, the space of them to talk. And tomorrow we will have a screening program that is called Decolonizing Queer Epistemologies, and it's 3 artists, 2 are indigenous artists, 1 is from Brazil engaging with an indigenous person. So we do have some positions, but here at this table, there is a lot of interest around those practices, and I wanted to ask especially you two, of course, you as well, Amanda, but I know that you have been working on the topic of appropriation with Maroan in another film, and since you have been working with the Ainu community, how was your feeling, and how have you somehow established this?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a very important and sensitive topic. And very complicated as well. I do my best to be mindful about what knowledge I'm kind of executing or sharing as part of my work, or where the collaboration starts and ends. And those are very, I feel like a complex issue. But my approach is that I want to start by decolonizing my own mind and my behavior. And the indigenous elders are my teachers. I learn so much from them, and I always ask them, what do you think if I took a picture of you like this, or if I shared the material in this context? I always try to include them in the conversation. But also I try not to pretend some of my works are collaborative, because if I put my artwork with the title and my name, that becomes my work, and these elders aren't with me today, for example. But then there's the difficulties, there's so much hierarchy in education and what is important. For example, when I was in Sani, there was often talks and discussions around Ainu culture, and I was asked by the local government if I give talk about the Ainu, and I just had to say no, because there are plenty of Ainu elders who's got wisdom. So, I had to tell the government, please go to them, not me. And so through small gestures like that, I try to kind of find different kind of ethics on each situation, if that makes sense. Sorry, it's not, this answer is not well formed in my head, but yeah, you know, when I go to Hokkaido, first thing I get asked is like, you're Japanese, what do you want? And so for last 7 years, I've been challenged by this question. And especially being an artist, I become a very suspicious person. So, you know, I just spend a lot of non-intentional time with them. But yeah, then there's another complicated issue of like, where does friendship start and end? And there's a tendency in society that wants to differentiate those professional relationship to friendship to, you know, all sorts of different kind of relationships. So through my work, I try to kind of address those issues. Sorry, I hope that was enough answer.
Colonization of your own mind. I mean, there's also the topic of decolonization in the arts, because as an artist we also think a lot about it, because we are often researching about topics that are not our own somehow, so different, about different communities. And Maroan and me, we also produced a work, it's called Appropriation Takes You on a Weird Ride. And it's a kind of humorous approach, because we were researching about the German cliche of the Native American, because there's a long history from, I don't know, the beginning of the century, and also with Karl May, with so-called Indian clubs. And later on in the GDR, there was also native communities. And then also it developed a little bit different in East Germany and in West Germany, so there's a lot of different stories. And so we did a work about it where we collected a lot of images and footage from all the history of this German cliches, let's say, and had a kind of in a kind of virtual exhibition. It's a bit difficult to describe if you can't see it, but maybe I should start at the beginning, because there was in 1986 in the former American embassy in the GDR, there was an exhibition about Native Americans, and people of the GDR were allowed to visit this exhibition, and it was also a bit strange why they did this exhibition there. But when they came out of the embassy, they would be interrogated by somebody from the Stasi. So why have you been in this American embassy to look at this exhibition? But there were very big cult of the native culture in that time, also because it was a counterculture in the GDR, and also to get a bit more freedom, and it had also different reasons. And yeah, this exhibition that happened to be in this American embassy was for us the starting point, and so we did a kind of camera walk through this empty building, and then combined with a virtual ride through these images of the appropriation of these images of the cliche of the natives by the Germans. And in the end with the question, so when will this appropriation stop? Und in German, wann wird es uns alles die Ohren fliegen? So when will it finish? Because it's going on and on and on, and finally this image of the Native American was even used by the right-wing party, because they had a strange sentence where they said, and it will end up that we will live in a reservation, because the native, they couldn't stop immigration, and that's why they ended up in reservations, and somehow they identified themselves with this issue, which is really strange. And it was not only in Germany, it was all over Europe.
And so we found it really strange and also frightening that this image is also like a metaphor, like the cloud or other metaphors, is always loaded up with new content, and everybody is using this image for his own or her own interest, even if it's not their own culture. Yeah.
A philosopher like Bruno Latour, since we've been mentioning him today, white French philosopher, male, his ideas you don't need to worry about appropriation if you use his ideas, and it's expected. But if he were much more located and were from a different background, speaking with a different type of knowledge, we would wonder about whether it was appropriation to use it. And I think that this unequal power dynamic is something that's very important to be considered. There's the kind of universalizing tendencies of European knowledge or science, or however we want to call it, because it can be used by everyone without it being in a category where that might be considered appropriation. It has this sort of universal power. And I wonder about what kind of hierarchies there are. And this is not an argument about appropriating things, but it's an argument about maybe not allowing the things that say they're universalizing to actually have that universalizing power to force them to be located. So a little while ago when I was in my writing, I stopped writing God with a capital G to talk about the God of monotheistic religions, and I started always saying his God, her God, their God, very specifically about whoever was talking about God, just to make sure that God couldn't expand and just be some universal God that everyone had to have a relationship with, but that one always understood that each person who spoke of God was speaking from a perspective, a located, situated perspective, even if they were stealing, if you like, a language of what was universal in order to make claims about what everyone else ought to do as well. So I think perhaps balancing with not appropriating it might be looking again at the things that seem universal and wondering and relocating them, making everything come from its perspective.
I would like to answer to this, because I think it's very interesting what you were saying about this hierarchy that is established between what is the knowledge that we can appropriate ourselves and the one that we should not. And actually, I want to bring one of the rituals, again in connection with one of the rituals that we here have appropriated ourselves with. And I say we here to generalize Western societies, a trend that is becoming very present, that is the use of ayahuasca. Before I was saying something illegal, this is the use of ayahuasca, and ayahuasca rituals have become very, very somehow present in Western societies, both in Europe as in the United States. I think in Australia maybe this happens as well. It's this psychedelic renaissance somehow is becoming very trendy, and the problem here is that ayahuasca, for example, and I use this example, I could use many more, but this example, ayahuasca is a very slow-growing root, and the request, the demand that is coming from Western countries of this slowly growing root is putting a tremendous pressure on the communities, especially in Central and South America, to grow this root somehow. And this is I would say this is a ritual that we have appropriated ourselves with, or that we are continuing. There should be a hierarchy that is established by who is the predator in this sense, who is the dominating force that is forcing some other communities to act. Again, I would see it in this way. That type of appropriation can lead to very bad consequences. That is, for example, communities that need to grow fast this in order to make some sort of profit. And Latour, even if he's quoted by everybody on earth, probably this is not impacting on him as badly, because he's already in a position of power. He, not just himself, but the culture he represents is in such a position of power that this kind of appropriation would not lead to practical consequences that would put us forward into another detrimental act for the environment. Like in this case. The case of ayahuasca, in my opinion, is very important because many people who engage in these practices, they do it with an illusion of symbiotic relationship between the human mind and the plant mind, so some sort of enhancing consciousness, without taking somehow enough time to reflect on the consequences on a global scale of what this could create if it becomes a trend, as it is becoming in the last years. So yeah, just wanted to add that. If there is any, you have a question? Yeah. Not just questions, comments as well, of course.
This is not really usual. Who takes on cameras and making a question. Thank you for a really inspiring discussion, and I want to make a small comment and also related question. It's much more not about the content what we discussed about, it's much more about the format on a symposium. Because I'm such a materialistic Marxist, I saw already a lot of works from you, and I thought personally your works already talk all about this, our discussion actually. I just felt such things like this whole politic as a representative, Eiko has a salmon, and Nina has cloud, and Hannah and also Lily either. And I think this narrative from the representative is talk already what we discussed about. But also from the discussions what we had from the symposium is also really huge supplement for our work. And I was quite curious for you as an artist and Vanina as a curator and Amanda as an academic, what is the meaning of symposium for you as an artist and also curator and as academic? What is the meaning of symposium in your practice and also your research?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, that's a good question because maybe a year or 3 semesters ago we met first with Eiko and Amanda and also Nayani and Lily because at the university here, UDK, we wanted to have a cooperation or work together with scientists and artists also from Oxford University, and because of Corona we could always just meet online. And then the idea was growing that it would be great to meet and have a dialogue and to talk to each other. And of course, the symposium is a very nice format, so we could come together and could talk about the topics and present each other our works and also include some interested public into this dialogue. So this was a basic idea. And because I'm working with Vanina since several semesters also about these topics, and it's a very fruitful conversation, we had the idea to put it all together and to bring all these different topics of the last few years together into this panel.
Amanda, would you like to?
Were you also asking about symposium as a way of doing things? Or this particular symposium?
Given not only his artwork and of course discussions rounds is also really big, huge chances to know about the meaning and also discuss and also progress our discussions. But what is the meaning in your own conscious practice on this side?
sorry, because there are people online and they probably didn't hear. So maybe you can do like a short. It's okay. Okay. Sorry.
Shall I answer? That's a really important question to ask. So thank you. For me, I think it's really important to share stories in different formats. So exhibition is one way, symposium is another way, meeting up with friends is another way. So it's to kind of diversify the way I can communicate with people. And because over past years, I've been working with the Ainu communities, particularly with elders. So, I often tell them, can you please come over to England where I live? But they all said, oh no, we are too old, we can't do that. Can you just tell the stories for us? And that's what the elders have said to me. So I partly feel a sense of duty to, I don't like the word duty, but I feel like as much as they taught me so many things, I feel like I want, and I find them amazing and wonderful, so I just simply want to share what I've learned from them.
Should I? Well, I suppose the comparison, since I'm kind of answering this as an academic rather than as an artist, there are various kind of formats for sharing your ideas, and often it's just one person giving a paper and then there's questions, and that's it. And I've become enormously fond of not just a panel, but an interdisciplinary panel, so that you come at a question from surprising angles. And the panel this morning and this afternoon, it feels as if something quite rich has happened because of this sort of possibility of building up approaches from so many different standpoints. So I think, I don't know, it feels as if the round table format is better, or the symposium format is better to think with. Maybe always, but especially for thinking about these incredibly complicated problems that need all the perspectives that are being left out. I feel this is a very powerful way of doing it. And it's sort of perhaps not perfect. Perhaps everyone in the room should have a microphone and should all speak from their perspectives at the same time. I suppose this is having multiple speakers is at least a gesture in that direction.
Yes, no, it's a very interesting question, and I have so many answers for this, but I will be short. First of all, this symposium, in my opinion, has been a fantastic opportunity for all of us to present some ideas and then share a discussion, which does not happen usually in the format of an art exhibition, right? You go to an art exhibition and you see the work, and then you always have, or not, maybe you don't, but if you're lucky, you have a public program in which the artist is able to present their own ideas, and you can engage in a discussion. But what we wanted to do here, and what symposia usually do, is joining different positions, so not only presenting artists, but presenting artists together with scientists, academic positions, theorists, researchers, writers. Because it is in this in this moment of joining minds and researches, transdisciplinary, that we can really find more inspiration for our next step. You as an artist, me as a curator, you as an academic. I think this is one part of the answer. What I wanted to say, yes, we have been. When you were saying that we've been teaching together, absolutely was amazing in this years also to have this exchange with you, with all the students at UDK. I'm resisting very much this idea of teaching, because I feel that it's more of an exchange in which you have taught us as much as we may have taught you, really. It's more of a very horizontal situation. The other question about whether the artwork, it's a question that it was not direct in your question, but it's kind of embedded, I feel. Like, is the artwork enough? Or is it not enough, and do we need to speak so much about it? In my experience as a curator, the artwork is always the peak of the iceberg. so to say. So you see the artwork, but the artwork is just the very final point that the artist has created to show to the world what has been years of research and reading and writing and doubting and self-despair and all of that you must know much better than I do probably. I know it from the writer's perspective, but I guess the mental process is very similar. So this symposium, as many other programs, public programs, that verbalize the research behind these works, they really serve to expose all the different layers behind the work that we see in a museum or in a gallery space, and that we're not able to access during that time because we are too busy experiencing the work sensorially in a different way and not really engaging theoretically with it or academically.
I'll be very quick. I just want to ask the question back to you and ask what today's symposium did to you. If you have any opinion.
Well, it's also an interesting question for me either, because I'm also doing research-based work, and I have also struggled with how can we deal with this theme in our artwork and also in another format, and what is actually the artistic practice, and what is the goal of my artistic practice. And for me, personally, my goal is actually not only to just show and just throw my artwork in the scene and just showing what is going on, but I want to make a somehow ground to discuss about the topic and to make some difference in the society and also politics. And sometimes I always have a somehow really back narrative because there's nothing black and white, and I want to make it somehow really controversial discussions in a wicked problems, and that is not possible to make somehow a real solution. And I think for me, symposium format is actually what I'm actually also heading for, but through the artwork, where there's a goal of artwork is the symposium. Actually, I'm not really so sold with this question, but personally, I think it doesn't have to be a symposium. It could be also just a talk at the opening, or it could be also just hanging around, also workshop. So I think all of this program is also part of this artwork for me. It's also somehow really different depending on how the artists somehow define their artistic research and also practice. But for me, all of the symposium and the program is also part of my practice. Yeah.
Thanks. So in a way, we can consider all this artist talks, symposium, screenings, all of this like complementary to each other, right? Different forms of accessing different sides or parts or levels of research of each one of the artworks. And yes, what we have been trying to do, if I may wrap up, or do we want to continue? How is the time? Sorry. We're fine. Okay, if we can wrap up the day today, I would say that this has been a very humble contribution on our side to try to create an interdisciplinary space of discussion, exchange, hopefully regeneration as well. And because we have been present in different positions across theories, academics, artistic positions, and we will continue tomorrow with a film program. We have tomorrow the gallery open with Nina's work, Nina and Maroan's work. And at the aula here, we're going to present 3 different screening programs. You can read all the program on this flyer that you have close to you. We're going to start tomorrow at 11:30, so we very much look forward to see you here. And 11? Yeah, because it's open from 11 until 12:30, right? And you will be there with Maroan to respond to questions, to Q&A at the end. And I hope that you have enjoyed the day, and thank you so much for those of you who have remained until the end. It was a very long day, but I feel that really the exchange was really very fruitful. And I thank you so much for organizing this. You, Nina, Lili, Kushel as well, all the students who have contributed or been forced to work on this with us. And I thank very much also the participants, you, Amanda, and Nayanika of the Climate Crisis Thinking Network. And I hope we can organize something soon, something else again, very soon. Thank you so much for coming today. Bye-bye.